Hello, welcome everyone. I am so happy to have you join us for the last day of the North American Carbon Program Open Science meeting. Gammy and I are just thrilled that we made it to the end and we have some really great content in store for today. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement. Creating a land acknowledgement for a virtual meeting is challenging as we have participants from all across North America and beyond, but the majority of our attendees are participating from places where governments committed atrocities against Indigenous, Native American, and First Nation peoples. Our history also includes those who were kidnapped and brought here in the name of colonization and imperialism. Despite the theft of this land, this is still Indigenous land. We need to learn, protect, and honor the history and people of the places we live in. We honor the lives of all who endured and continue to endure in the face of settler colonial oppression. For some resources, a good place to begin is nativeland.ca. That's where the map that is behind here comes from, and you can learn more about the Indigenous peoples in different places. I want to remind everyone that when they registered for the meeting, they agreed to the meeting code of conduct. This is basically an agreement that all participants should be treated with respect and consideration. We have a diversity of views and opinions that will be expressed here, and so people should remember to be considerate, respectful, and collaborative. Communicate openly, be sure you critique ideas rather than individuals, and of course, avoid personal attacks. And just to generally be mindful of your surroundings and of your fellow participants. If you have any concerns or you need an ally for this meeting, please feel free to contact myself or Gami Shrestha, Megan McGrady, or Peter Griffith, all of whose emails are listed here, but you can also find their emails on the meeting webpage as well. So, last round of logistics. I assume that you are all here because you got the emails with the links to the YouTube, and you can always find those links again on a web page in the meeting website after you log in. You will be watching the event on YouTube, and we suggest that for best viewing, if you make it full screen, then you'll be able to see a little bit more details, especially of people's faces while they're speaking. And of course, the individual talks from the science sessions are always available for viewing on the meeting website at any time. So if you want to revisit, please go ahead and check those out. And during the live sessions, we encourage everyone to ask questions via Slido. Their link is there, slido.com.nicp. And for this afternoon, there is an additional aspect to the Slido where we have a question, a live poll that will be up for most of the afternoon, asking you to tell us what you think should be next. So if you go to the NACP website, the Slido website for NACP, you'll find the poll that is asking, based on what we discussed or have missed during this meeting, in 1 or 2 words, what should be a future focus for the NACP community? When you put your answers in, once we get enough, I think there's only just a couple right now, Slido will automatically generate a word cloud so we can see all of the answers coming in, and we can see how that changes over the course of the afternoon, which I personally think is a cool little widget to get a little bit more feedback from all of us in the community. I want to remind everyone that we have set up ways to be able to interact with the presenters for both talks and posters. So for talks in the science sessions at any time, you can go and watch the recording. And if you click on this little comment button that's there, you can leave a comment for the presenter. This does require a login just so that we don't get spam for that. And all of the comments are sort of batch processed each night. So a notification will go to the presenter that someone has commented, and then they have the opportunity to respond. And then you'll get a notification back that someone has responded to your comment. And those, we want to especially encourage everyone to view the posters. We have, I think, more than 140 posters that have been submitted for this, and they are organized among the science themes, and you can find them on the meeting website. you can click on the link to view the poster. The ones that have the little graduation caps next to them indicate that they're part of the student presentation competition. And we have also allowed for people to upload recordings of up to 5 minutes of them walking through their poster, so you can get a little bit of a more of a sense of what their poster is about. And similarly, you can comment and really I think that it's especially important for the students, but for everyone to be able to get that community interaction with other scientists and feedback on the work that they work so hard to put together and present in their poster. If you missed a week, you can view it all online. So if you go to the meeting agenda, you can view the tabs across the top for the different days. And for the live sessions, you can click on the recording and rewatch the discussions and the presentations that happened during keynotes, as well as the discussions that happened after the science sessions. Once again, I really need to give tremendous thanks to the planning committee that has been working for probably about 2 years now to make this happen, since this meeting was originally supposed to be an in-person meeting last year, and obviously had to get postponed, and then we took some time to regroup and figure out how to reconfigure the meeting for a virtual format. And this committee has just been outstanding for this long haul, and I'm deeply appreciative to them for sticking it out. Also, this meeting would not be possible without the amazing support staff that we have. And so I want to thank Heidi Allen, who is our meeting planner at UCAR, Brian Caracappa, who is our AV lead from Allegiant Source, and the most excellent staff from the NASA Carbon Cycle and Ecosystem Support Office, who have been responsible for making the meeting website pretty great and helping me with all of the emails that I'm sure that you're tired of getting. And finally, we did receive some grants for this meeting from NASA and from USDA NIFA, and we're very thankful to them as well. So please stay tuned for in just a moment. We will begin the fourth and final keynote address, keynote panel for this meeting, and look forward to seeing you throughout the afternoon.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm a professor of geography and the director of environmental sciences here at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts. Along with John King from North Carolina State University, we're together pleased to host this panel discussion, and we're glad to have you tuning in. In the next 45 minutes or so, we will probe the experiences of our panelists regarding the roles played by industry, commerce, and governance in delivering and developing a low-carbon future that's climate safe. We selected our panelists to help represent multiple sectors of society, from forestry and agriculture to electrification and renewable energy, to coordinated governance actions, and to policy and market-oriented solutions. We realize that's a lot to cover in 45 minutes, so we'd like to get started. I'm going to start by introducing each of our panelists. I'll give a brief bio, and then they'll have an opportunity to share some initial words with us. But before we get into those, as this ensues, we hope that the audience members will be using the Slido interface to post questions, and John King, one of our co-hosts, will monitor that to make sure that we're bringing your questions to the fore as well. So the first panelist I'd like to introduce is Chris Adamo. Chris Adamo is Vice President of Federal and Industry Affairs at Danone, which is one of the world's largest B Corps that is strengthening the role of business in driving social and environmental good for all. He works across the company on various issues, but including an emphasis on climate policy and strategies. Prior to his work with Danone, Chris spent over a decade at the highest levels of government, of our federal government, working on issues related to agriculture, environment and nutrition. Chris was a chief of staff at the White House of President Obama and his Center on Environmental Quality, and before that, staff director of the U.S. Senate Agricultural Committee. In 2017, he was a senior fellow at the National Wildlife Federation, advising on sustainable agriculture, climate change, natural resources, and water. In addition to having a law degree, Chris also has a degree in economics and business. So, Chris Adamo, over to you.
All right, thank you, Chris, and hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. As mentioned, I work for Danone, which is a very large global food company. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. My role at the company is primarily here in the United States. I work on the public policy team, which is integrated across a variety of different functions. Sustainability is a big component of that. Danone is interesting. It's about a 100-year-old company, actually. We started as a dairy company in Barcelona, Spain, making yogurt. We're still a yogurt company to this day. It's one of our bigger products, and dairy is still our biggest commodity. However, we've been diversifying a lot, and then I think this plays a little bit into the climate discussion as well. So we are one of the largest, if not the largest, plant-based organizations as well. So selling everything from almond milk or cashew yogurts and brands like Silk. One of the largest organic dairy companies as well, Horizon Organic being one of the big brands here in the US. We also do bottled water. We also do specialized nutrition and baby foods. Happy Family Baby Food is one of the big ones here in the US. So it's a very diverse company, a lot of healthier for you foods, and sustainability is core to us. It's been core for the company for many, many years. Just a quick note, what is a B Corp? We could spend all day talking about just that. I won't go into the details, but you can certainly, if you don't know it or may not be familiar with it, please do look it up. We're very proud of this. Here in the US, we became a certified B Corp just 2 years ago. Actually, next week, we'll announce our recertification as a B Corp here in the US, and the company worldwide is certifying its various subsidiaries across the board. So it's something we're very proud of. And basically, in a nutshell, what that means is that we are taking on a broader role and vision for the company beyond just shareholder return. We're thinking about a broader stakeholder audience. And so for us, it is about sustainability and it's about nutrition. And that is in our business papers, in our Delaware papers where we file as a public benefit corp. So for climate change, it's one of our identified top priorities for a whole host of reasons. We've been engaged at the global level of the various discussions going back to the Paris Agreement in 2015. We are engaged in many, many domestic, both in the EU and in the US, as well as other places. And when we're a little interesting, right? We're a food company. So that means agriculture is a center to our business. And when we look at our footprint, our greenhouse gas footprint, we've gone out to our supply chain. So it's not just our facilities, it's not just our immediate scope of business, but it's what we call our scope 3, or our supply chain emissions. And so actually, well over half of our emissions come from agriculture. So for us to provide solutions and be thinking about resiliency and how to keep those suppliers adaptive to the changing climate, we've got to be working with our farmers. So Danone is relatively unique in that we've developed procurement strategies for many commodities, such as dairy, where we're working direct with farms in one way or another. So here in the US, that means over 700 dairy farms that we buy from directly. We use different forms of contracting and different forms of partnerships, but we have a clear line of sight to that farm, which allows us to think about doing different types of business with them. It might mean offering a multi-year contract, which gives them more certainty, lowers their risk, and allows us to think about creative ways to invest together. So we've actually started a soil health program here in the US, or a larger regenerative ag program, where we're now working with over actually, just this past year, we enrolled 82,000 acres to date. That was 3 years of work. This 4th year coming up will be about 100,000 acres. That'll be roughly 35 to 40 dairies, where we're voluntarily enrolling these farms to test out how we can make co-investments together on the feed side, at the barn level, and at the animal management side. So it's a very broad scope of work. If you know about agriculture, you know that obviously a lot of talk about soil sequestration and regenerating soil. That's huge. Obviously, I mentioned soil health. That's a big part of it. But depending on the farm system in question, with dairies in particular, half or 2/3 may be methane N2O beyond the feed. So there's a larger bit of work to do there. We're looking obviously at various additives for cows, working to think about how to reduce the enteric emissions. And then, of course, just overall manure management, where methane is a huge issue. So, and a lot of folks like to think about digesters, which are obviously very key to the future of reducing the impact of animal livestock. But not at this point in time anyway, digesters are just one piece of the puzzle, and we're dealing with a lot of farms that are very medium to small size. So we have to think about a spectrum of options for manure management, because digesters are not going to work in every place for every size farm, at least not at this point in time. I think the other thing, and I'll wrap it up here for others, but the other thing I'll leave you all with and happy to talk more about, so we have we're heavily invested in our internal business, and we do have public commitments around science-based targets. That's a broad NGO initiative that we've availed ourselves to and are very committed to. You can definitely check out that information at Science-Based Target Initiative website. But the other thing we believe in is that we have to advocate for better policy. So if Danone was perfect across and met all our commitments in the next, say, 10 years, that obviously is not enough. We're dealing with a global challenge that doesn't know borders, unfortunately. And so public policy, both internationally and here in the US, have been critical. We've been supporting the Paris Agreement. We've been supporting things like the Clean Power Plan in the past. Obviously, there'll be future EPA efforts in this new administration. And we've been working with USDA about how to better sync up and co-invest across our supply chain. Just one quick example there, and then I'll wrap up. We were fortunate enough to work with USDA and receive a $3 million grant just last year in one of the new Farm Bill programs from 2018. And this is really something innovative. I think it's different for us. We're not used to talking the language that USDA talks. And I think, to be fair to USDA, they're probably not working with a lot of corporates like us. So we're trying to figure out ways to work together to benefit the farm. Those dollars are not coming to Danone. Those dollars are going to the farm. And we're trying to think about how to be strategic and measure the greenhouse gas impact as well as the economic ROI at the farm level. So a lot of innovations going on. Farming is definitely the big piece. There's others that I could talk about as well, but I'll leave it there and hand it back to Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. So next up, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Jenkins. As Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer, Dr. Jennifer Jenkins leads the team responsible for Enviva's environmental stewardship, from ensuring the sustainability of the fiber supply chain and implementing Enviva's responsible sourcing policy to managing and reporting on corporate greenhouse gas emissions reductions and interacting with policymakers on regulatory matters. As a nationally and internationally recognized expert in methods for measuring and monitoring forest carbon cycling at local, regional, and national scales, Dr. Jenkins is a co-recipient with former Vice President Al Gore and other members of the IPCC of the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize. She holds an MBA from the University of Maryland's R.H. Smith School of Business, a PhD in ecosystem ecology from the University of New Hampshire, a master's of forest science from Yale University, and a bachelor's in biology and environmental studies from Dartmouth College. Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's great to be here. Really appreciate the introduction. And Chris, that was a fantastic introduction to the agricultural space. Thank you. I really appreciate all the initiatives that you guys are working on. So what is Enviva? Maybe what I'll do is just talk a little bit more about my role, as Chris did, and then give you a quick intro to Enviva. I didn't prepare a whole lot of remarks, but I, this is something I can do quickly. So, as Chief Sustainability Officer, my role is to ensure that the wood that we buy and make into pellets is sustainably and responsibly sourced, right? And so, in that capacity, we've created a number of processes and procedures, from our responsible sourcing policy to our track and trace program, which is where we collect and publish the coordinates of each and every one of the harvests from which we purchase wood, to our net zero commitment, which we've just recently rolled out. So let me just talk a little bit about Enviva, right? So Enviva is we are actually the world's largest manufacturer of industrial grade wood pellets. Wood pellets are used in heat and power applications as a substitute for fossil fuel. We produce about 5 million tons of pellets a year from our 9 facilities in the Southeast US. Our corporate headquarters are in Bethesda and also Raleigh, North Carolina. And those pellets are exported today, right? We actually, forward-looking countries in places like the EU and the UK, and increasingly in Japan, have established aggressive greenhouse gas reduction commitments that enable their utilities to switch from, fossil fuels, primarily coal, over to biomass to create heat and power. And so that is our business model. And so that's why I talk about the responsible sourcing. We do use low value wood. It's a byproduct of a traditional timber harvest, in the Southeast US. And we do ensure, as I said, on a tract by tract basis, that the wood we purchase comes from regions or areas, in particular forests, where harvest was the right outcome for that forest at that time. Let me talk a little bit about our net zero commitment, because I think that's sort of where the carbon, the sort of carbon space overlaps with what we're talking about here. We have committed to achieve a net zero in our operations by 2030, right? And so when we made that commitment, we divided our emissions into the scopes. So if you're familiar with the World Resources Institute greenhouse gas protocol, you know that scope 1 relates to the emissions that are produced as a result of the manufacturing process, sort of direct emissions produced there on site as a result of operations that are sort of owned and operated by that facility. Scope 2 is emissions associated with the electricity that is used by that, by that facility. And then scope 3 is what Chris was talking about, which are the emissions sort of up and down the value chain, right, that are associated with that company's operations, but maybe not directly controlled by that company. So we make commitments in scope 1 and scope 2. Scope 1 is really only about 6% of our total emissions profile. When you add up 1, 2, and 3 together, scope 2 is about, a little under 50%, or maybe 40.5%. So our commitment in scope 1 is really to immediately offset or avoid or reduce or eliminate those emissions altogether by 2030. And to, in the short term, for those emissions that might be difficult to remove from our manufacturing operations, to use high quality, credible, additional offsets to mitigate those and bring them to zero. In scope 2, we're looking at achieving 100% renewable electricity by 2030 with an intermediate goal of 50% by 2025. And then in scope 3, we have some sort of, we're committed to using innovation and technology in our sort of very logistically and transportation heavy supply chain. So areas like ground transportation and marine shipping are places for us where we're going to be looking for solutions together with our partners. We do operate in regulated markets. And so what is the role of science, right? The regulations that apply to our customers who are, as I said, located in overseas markets, they are based on science. They should be based on the best science. And so what are the science and research needs? And I guess I'm just going to throw out a pitch here for science based on that sort of helps us as companies to assess the impact of things like scale, right? Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people are, with our industry in particular, sort of think about what is the impact of scale and then integration, right? So how is one thing connected to other things, right? So as a researcher, I have a long career as a research scientist, and one of the things that really interested me was how does policy, right? How do changes in policy impact impact the forest, or impact behavior, or impact decisions that landowners and others might make, right? So those are the kinds of sort of larger scale questions that our industry is asking, and that answers to which would help us a lot, I think, as we develop and continue climate change policy, especially moving as we are now toward a much a stronger commitment to a net zero future. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And next up, I'd like to introduce Abe Silverman. Since early 2019, Abe Silverman has returned to government service as a general counsel of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. The New Jersey Board is the lead energy regulator for the state of New Jersey, and there, Abe works on everything from advancing Jersey's clean energy agenda to regulating New Jersey's public water, electric, and gas utilities. Prior to joining BPU, Abe worked for more than a decade at NRG Energy, Inc., ultimately holding the positions of Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Deputy General Counsel. Abe got his accidental starts as an energy regulator in 2002 when he served at the FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's Office of General Counsel. Abe graduated from the University of Maryland with a BS in geology and a BA in English, and then received his Juris Doctor from the George Washington University School of Law. Over to you, Abe.
Great. Well, thank you all very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I will emphasize this, my accidental transition into becoming a government regulator. And I'd really make a pitch for all of your students as to why you should think about doing that as well. It is some of the most rewarding and important work, certainly, that we've ever done. And I submit that if you really wanted to be working on climate change, there really is no better place today than coming into state government in your energy regulators or your environmental regulators. Going to work for the feds is all well and good too, but I actually think we have a greater impact pound for pound here at the state level. So, in New Jersey, we're really at the front edge of this stuff and really taking and evaluating and thinking about how do we get to a system that has 100% clean electricity standard? How do we think about a system that goes to 80% reduction in emissions by 2050? And how do we actually take and design policies that do this all within the framework of affordability, equity, within a federal state framework? And a lot of our job here is actually translating the science into policy. And that's why I kind of love my job. I'm not a scientist. But I'm married to one. I don't know if that counts for anything. But when I listen to people, at conferences like this, I really think that there needs to be this much deeper communication between the policymakers and the politicians who are taking this stuff and translating it into policy, and the people actually doing the fundamental science. And we get, we have a lot of pressures, political, financial, particularly when it comes to decarbonizing our economy, at a cost that consumers can afford. And that really implicates, that goes right to the heart of the equity considerations that I know are all front in mind for all of us, right to the heart of doing this clean energy transition in a way where we don't fall apart, after a few years because we put so much cost onto ratepayers and we can't get the political support for it. I will say, we particularly in the electricity and natural gas world, rely a lot on these really beautifully complex competitive markets. And they're wonderful if what you care about is meeting certain reliability criteria at the lowest possible price. But where it's really fallen down is actually incorporating these externalities. And we do a very bad job, sort of nationally, at least in this country, at doing that. And so I think a big part of the challenge for all of us is figuring out how to get the science, which I think is so clear on these issues, and translate it into subsidies and incentives to drive wind, solar, offshore wind here in New Jersey is a big deal. But how do we do it, and then also make way for the next generation of really great carbon-free energy technologies? It's demand side, it's central generation stations, it's moving our transportation system to electricity, it's moving our buildings away from natural gas to electricity. And how we marry all this stuff together is really why I really enjoy being invited to things like this. So I get to hear from the scientists, and then really make the pitch for marrying these two very disparate disciplines into a common framework.
Great, thank you, Abe. Next up, I get to introduce Julie Cerqueira, who is the Executive Director of the U.S. Climate Alliance, a bipartisan coalition of governors committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement, recognizing that smart, coordinated state action can ensure that the United States continues to contribute to global efforts to address climate change. Prior to her current role, Julie served as Climate Policy Advisor to the U.S. Department of State, first as Senior Advisor to the Special Envoy for Climate Change, and then later joining the Office of Global Change. In this role, she led U.S. engagement in strategic partnerships, including the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, and helped launch high-profile climate deliverables and commitments for key milestones, including the North America Leaders Summit, the G20 Leaders Summit, and the U.S. chairmanship of the Arctic Council. Julie has also led the department's engagement with subnational governments on climate change to build a groundswell of support that helped secure adoption of the historic Paris Agreement on climate change. Prior to her work in the federal government, Cerqueira has worked with developing countries on designing sectoral climate policies at Washington, D.C.-based climate think tank, and spent 4 years in Southeast Asia, working with local communities, governments, private sector on environmental projects and with the promotion of policy reforms. He brings a wealth of experience driving multi-stakeholder climate coalitions and launching high-level initiatives that make tangible progress toward addressing the global climate challenge. Julie.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, John. I'm delighted to join this distinguished panel. I also wanted to just second Abe's remarks around how powerful state governments are and just the exciting things that they're doing. So they're certainly looking for good people. And so, please do join them. I was thinking a little bit about the description for this panel. And one of the things that struck me is that I think we need to start moving away from this idea that we're planning for a low carbon future and instead to think about planning for a zero carbon future. I was delighted to hear that, both Chris and Jennifer, their companies have, 100% zero emission goals in place. And so that's terrific. And it's important and an only very recent pivot that the world has made to acknowledge that the best chance that we have to avoid catastrophic climate impacts is by limiting warming to 1.5, not just 2 degrees. And that means that we need to get to net zero emissions by 2050. So how do we get there? We have to be bolder than we've ever been before. An all of government approach is a great start, but we need an all of society approach. We have to implement and scale up proven policies, technologies, and practices. And we need to modernize and decarbonize and enhance the resilience of our infrastructure. And that starts with a strong stimulus package that provides flexible funding to state and local governments. And we need to invest in our lands, not only for the significant carbon sequestration benefits that will be essential to balancing any remaining carbon, but because they provide vital ecosystem services. They enhance food security and farm incomes, and they protect our biodiversity. And we need to innovate, especially if we want to tackle those hard sectors like cement and steel. Finally, we need to create opportunities for all communities to benefit from the transition and to repair past damages. And so, Abe, I'm glad that you mentioned equity as one of the core priorities for New Jersey. That means that we need policies that protect public health, especially for vulnerable communities, that provide low-income households with access to climate-friendly technologies like efficient appliances and clean transportation, and that create community and family-sustaining jobs. So what is the path to get there? Through partnerships that align strategies, strengthen collaboration, and create opportunities for transformative change. The U.S. Climate Alliance, the coalition that I'm part of, is a group of 24 governors. It's bipartisan, and they're working together to address the climate crisis. Together, this group represents more than half the U.S. population, 40% of national emissions, and 60% of U.S. GDP. The Alliance supports state climate priorities and implements multi-state strategies to increase our impact beyond our borders. Over just the past 4 years, Alliance states have worked together to plan for a just transition for their communities, to start moving markets towards low or zero carbon solutions, to build resilient communities and infrastructure, and to conserve their lands. Our states have put a price on carbon, saved families money by increasing energy efficiency, and improving public health by eliminating air pollution from dirty vehicles and power plants. And our states have demonstrated that you can lead on climate while growing your economy and creating good jobs. Prior to the pandemic, they had reduced emissions, raised per capita income, and created more clean energy jobs faster than the rest of the country. That is how you build back better. And with the Biden administration, we now have the opportunity to forge a new partnership between states and the federal government to transform major sectors of the economy and put us on an irreversible path to change. And we can do this by creating opportunities for everyone to move into the future together. So I'm very glad to join the panel today in order to be able to share some of these success stories at the state level, but also to explore how together this group, whether it's companies, the federal government, state governments, can really work together to actually drive the type of transformation that we need to get to net zero emissions by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you. And our finalist, fifth panelist, is Justin Baker. Justin is an associate professor of forest resource economics at NC State. in North Carolina and director of the Southern Forest Resource Assessment Consortium. Dr. Baker has extensive experience developing economic models that capture spatio-temporal relationships between socioeconomic and environmental systems for policy analysis, exactly the sort of thing we've just been talking about. His research focuses on forestry and agricultural sectoral modeling and climate policy assessment, analysis of adaptation to global change, and integrated hydroeconomic modeling for food, energy, water nexus applications. Prior to joining the faculty at NC State, Dr. Baker was a senior economist at RTI International and a research economist at the Nicholas Institute for Environmental Policy Solutions. Dr. Baker currently holds a guest researcher affiliation at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, in Austria, and is an affiliate with Duke University's Energy Access Project. Dr. Baker.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that warm introduction. I really appreciate having the opportunity to be here today. What a fantastic panel this is. So I'm, honored, and hopefully I'll be able to kind of bring everybody's expectations down a notch for my remarks here. So I wanted to start off and just give a little bit of background. So I've been fortunate enough in my career to work with government stakeholders, NGOs, and private sector entities on modeling applications that are really designed to improve our understanding of how future environmental change conditions or socioeconomic change might influence resource management trends, and ultimately how this might impact ecosystem services that we care about, like carbon storage. So these days, I'm particularly interested in connections between socioeconomic factors like demand growth in particular market segments, and how that demand growth might influence land management trends and ultimately carbon storage, because this has really important policy implications. And when I say market segments, I mean anything from traditional forest product markets like pulp and paper or lumber to emerging markets like cross-laminated timbers and wood pellets. Do a lot of work with agricultural commodities and bioenergy, other bioenergy feedstocks as well. But it turns out in a lot of our recent work, we're finding that this relationship between forest product markets and demand growth and carbon storage on the landscape is really important. Our modeling suggests that healthy market outlooks for forest products create an indirect incentive to manage our forests in a particular way, or to plant new trees that can ultimately increase carbon storage on the landscape or reduce emissions from land clearing and associated activities, right? So it's increasing the economic value, or recognizing the economic value of having that land in trees by having a healthy market outlook for forest products. So I do think it's important to consider this role that land managers and forest product manufacturers can play in maintaining or even enhancing our forest carbon stocks through management interventions. And from a policy perspective, the most of the work to date is focused on using environmental markets like offset programs or direct payment incentives to compensate landowners or land managers for additional carbon sequestration on the landscape. But with some of our modeling, we're showing that demand side policies or stimulating demand for certain market segments can have similar effects. Right. So, and we're also showing that there's some complementarity here, right? So if you're stimulating demand in particular market segments and creating an incentive to invest in land resources, that can actually play quite nicely with traditional environmental markets or payments for ecosystem services. So moving forward, I really believe that successful tree planting or forest carbon management programs are going to require a combination of these direct incentives, these payment mechanisms, as well as a healthy market outlook. And this could require some additional collaboration between policymakers and land managers and forest product manufacturers and the research community. Otherwise, you could end up with programs, tree planting programs in particular, that could end up with adverse consequences or unintended consequences, right? So such as I could envision a glut of inventory 20 years from now that puts downward pressure on stumpage prices, raising equity concerns for small privately owned forests. So these are the kinds of things that we need to be thinking about and better understand the role that markets can play to avoid some of these long-term consequences. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Justin. And I'm going to welcome John to take the lead here if you have some questions coming in from the audience. I mean, there's so much we could discuss here, and it was great to hear those expansive opening remarks, but we do have about 10 minutes, maybe a bit more, to be able to kick things around here with the panel. John?
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, we do have a few questions in here, and I will just read the first one on the list. How do the panelists find relevant science results? Do they employ their own carbon cycle scientist, rely on some kind of clearinghouse, or read journal articles?
Yes, I can take that. I can tell you how we do it. We don't have, well, my son is a student at University of Wisconsin, so I sometimes don't tell the authorities, but sometimes find, relevant results through his, access portal. Not all the time, and I'm not telling you his name. But we don't, it's expensive to write, to get access to all the journals. So I'd say the way that we get them is through word of mouth, right? Through, so somebody in my network will share something with me, and I will, take a look, and that's often how we'll get it. It's fantastic when journals are open source, because then it's easier, it's way easier to get them. But otherwise, yeah, the scientific literature is largely, frankly, I hate to say that, sort of off limits to somebody like me in my role. We just don't have a big enough group that can access that research, and it's really expensive to get library access.
Yeah, and I would maybe add that we also look at open source papers and commission a lot of our own analysis. I think one of the things also, having been a former scientist myself, a shout out to WPI in Worcester, Chris. I also think it's important that we translate it for policymakers. And so the most helpful thing is when you have a summary for policymakers at the beginning of these scientific papers that really just help to put it into language that policymakers can understand. That is probably the most important thing. And then to be available to do briefings so that you can answer questions, because most policymakers don't have the time to read a 400-page sort of dissertation on a very niche scientific issue, but they're important to inform policy.
That's great. And I think, Chris, maybe you also wanted to jump in. I think.
Yeah, very similar. I mean, for a company like us, we use a lot of outside expertise. So we hire life cycle analysis to do that sort of work. We look to NGOs a lot for various scientific backings. I mean, the amount of times this year I've done a control F on an IPCC document or a WWF document or whatever it may be to get that quick blurb that I need to assert something, but science it's an external function for us, and we look to a lot of outside folks who can distill it quickly, so then we can translate it into whatever action we're trying to consider.
It's really good to hear all of this, and that certainly is something that we, with the NACP program, hope to be doing more of. In fact, one of our leading initiatives that we're proposing near term is to grow our capacity for carbon-related decision support to bring our science to market, where market is you. But actually, the way I've just described it is one way. It's actually, we like the inducements. We like to get questions from you that you want to hear, not just because you could pay us to do the work, although that's good too, but tell us what's most needed. And that dialogue, we need better boundary organizations to help us with those lines of communication. But John, should we take another question?
Sure. Many panelists talked about net zero targets. Does that address all greenhouse gases, just CO2? How about local pollution?
It's all for us. N2O, methane.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's the same for us too. It's our scope 1, and it's the greenhouse gas inventory, right? So that's what we're mitigating, and those protocols include all of the gases as greenhouse gases. I mean, they're expressed in tons of CO2 equivalent, but they include all the gases.
And I would almost expand it, if I might, John, to some of my work has been on the albedo effects of land cover change. And we've seen that's not a greenhouse gas, but it's a climate forcing, and it's often excluded from analyses that can be important, for example, in the forest sector. Is that also something you're thinking about? We often talk about radiative forcing in the climate science community. Is there a way to translate that so that those non-greenhouse gas quantities can also be included, CO2e, for example?
Sure, I can take that one. That's a great point, and it turns out there is a growing literature, especially around albedo and forest management, looking at the potential implications of not just carbon storage that could come as a result of different policy incentives, but also the climate forcing effects as well. So there's new work out in ERL that one of my colleagues has been involved in. Alice Favreau at University, or excuse me, Georgia Tech University. But this is definitely an area where we need more work, I would say.
Yeah, I'll just chime in real quick and say that as a state policymaker, one of the most difficult choices we have is, do we enact policies that are really aimed at reducing the maximum amount of CO2, or do we take into account co-pollutants as well?
Yeah.
And particularly as the emphasis is switched to really focus laser focus on the equity issues. Do you displace an emitting PM 2.5 unit in a low income community? You can do that. It probably is going to make a negligible impact on GHG emissions, but you really have those localized effects, and allocating your resources between those things, taking into account also the job stuff, and the other economic development impacts, is a really, really tough thing, because we can buy more clean energy, or we can sort of have very specific locational efforts, and of course that's going to increase the cost. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it comes back to that prior question too. For us, we only know the science that is introduced into our record, or that our employees know, or that we learn about. And we don't have dedicated science staff for the most part. We have a few folks. But so having those clean, plain language things, having people come into government who really understand and read the science, I find just enormously helpful. And I'll also say, I get a lot of my information from Energy Twitter, because it's a great place for people to post articles. And we are very much at the intersection of science and economics and policy. So we really it's a really good way for disseminating and finding good, interesting papers.
Great, thank you. John, would you like to posit a new question?
Okay, looks like we have time for probably about one more question. And Abe Silverman mentioned the science is clear. How do states and companies deal with uncertainty in outcome of a given action?
Probably badly. This is a real challenge, right? But the one of the things that we always emphasize to our policymakers is that clean energy issues, are akin to civil rights issues, are clear, good, and not so good outcomes, and there's justice here involved. And so we can argue over whether we should be using a 3% discount rate or a 2% discount rate for our carbon, the cost of our carbon emissions. But I think we all are very, very clear that the scientific consensus is 100% on our side, and that the societal consensus is largely on our side. So that's not to say we ignore nuance, but a lot of our role in talking with our regulated communities and with our stakeholders, really the citizens of New Jersey and other states, is to emphasize that we all know the general direction we need to go in. And we need to all be going in that direction, and then we'll work out the very specific details through the sort of agency process. But we don't want to lose sight of the very, very clear science here, and really all sort of head in that direction.
We still have a couple of minutes. Chris, please.
Yeah, dealing with agriculture, there's plenty of scientific uncertainty. And we know that there's benefits, right? When we do certain practices, take cover crops and tillage, or nutrient management, or different various manure management across farm systems. But we can argue, and I'm not a scientist to do this, but the scientific community has plenty of disagreement as to the certainty of the quantification and measurement of some of those activities. We know that there's other benefits. We know that that's our core impact and our core solutions. For us to sit around and wait for scientific consensus would mean inactivity for the next decade. That doesn't make any sense. So we know we need to get started. We've done that. We also look at the other pieces of the pie, right? Beyond greenhouse gas, kind of to the last question. So there are water benefits. There are economic benefits. We have producers, farmers who are finding ways to get greenhouse gas impact and reduce their input use, which is great for a number of reasons, but that's more money in their pocket at the end of the day. So there's an economic side to this too that we're finding with that greenhouse gas-led investment up front. So the bigger picture of analysis really helps in a lot of these cases. There are other impacts.
And I would just add, if I could, you don't need, we know, as Abe said, the science is clear, climate change is happening, right? And so then you don't need any more than that to know to take action that is consistent with your mission.
Well, that is so good to hear, and it's absolutely true. We need to get moving, and there's so much we can do. And if it was up to me, we would steamroll over the remainder of today's sessions and just keep this going because we have such a power-packed panel. We really appreciate your participating in the NACP, and we think it's just wonderful that you would take the time. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that we are out of time, but really wonderful work that you're doing, and I hope we have chances to do that good work together. Thank you very much. And I believe that's a close. Thanks to all of our panelists. I believe that's a close to our session.
I have to mention the 5-minute break.
That's right. 5-minute break before the next science session will begin.
Welcome to our science session, Linkages Among the Air-Land-Water Continuum. I'm Chris Osburn from North Carolina State University, moderating this session along with Maria Tzortziou from the City College of New York and John King from North Carolina State University. The air-land-water continuum plays a key role in the global carbon cycle and provides major feedbacks to climate and biogeochemistry of the Earth system, and is central to the function of the Earth system models, themselves critical to the prediction of weather and future change in Earth's climate, as well as change in supplies of water and energy. However, parameterizations of carbon stocks and vertical and lateral fluxes between these three reservoirs are continuing challenges to their representation in both regional and Earth system models. This session will explore current best estimates of carbon stocks and fluxes within and across the air-land-water continuum, highlighting knowledge gaps and discussing challenges to defining and modeling these parameters across scales and under a period of rapid environmental change. Today we have three pre-recorded talks which are presented by Han-Ching Chen, the Solon and Martha Dixon Professor and Director of the International Center for Climate and Global Change Research at Auburn University, followed by Ray Najar, Professor of Oceanography at Penn State University, and Tom Bianchi, the John L. and Beverly A. Thompson Professor of Geology at the University of Florida. A panel discussion will follow the talks. Post your questions using the Slido application, and please also visit the NACP meeting website to view the more than 20 posters contributed to this session. And now the talks.
Hello, I'm Han-Ching Chen, professor at Auburn University. Thank you for your attention to our research. The work I'm going to present is a contributor from a group of scientists listed as a course here, a decade-long model partnership between terrestrial and marine science. The system we work on is the inland water system, including river, lake, and reservoir. Inland water is a tiny area, less than 1% of Earth's surface, and or less than 3% of global land area. For a long time, inland water carbon was a forgotten component of the global carbon budget, in part because its area is so small. But inland water, as a bridge between land and ocean, play a critical role in the global carbon cycle and gives emission. From this global carbon budget map, you can see that river and lake has a question mark. We don't know yet. But recently, Peter Raymond estimated inland water could emission CO2 1.8 gigaton. This is comparable to tropic deforestation and global land use change. Traditionally, terrestrial scientists and oceanographers doesn't talk to each other. Thanks to NASA, NOAA, and NSF support, we established a long-term partnership between terrestrial and marine scientists. We try to model carbon and natural dynamics at the land and ocean interface. Here is two of the projects. One is focused on East Coast, another one focuses on Gulf Mexico. We try to link land and ocean. I'm land modeler, work on dynamic land ecosystem model for more than 20 years. Recognize the land interface importance with beginning to address terrestrial aquatic interface, build this land model and extensions of terrestrial aquatic interface, and try to address this core land ocean aquatic continuum. Through collaboration between marine scientists and land scientists, we establish the dilemma along model system to better address land estuary ocean biochemical cycle. Here, the Myers group, they apply this model system to address the Chesapeake Bay biochemical cycle and nitrogen cycle particularly. In the rest of my presentation, I will use 2 examples to show how we use the model we developed to address inland water greenhouse gas emission at 2 spatial resolution, one 5 µm and another one 1/2 degree. So here they show this 5-minute resolution import data include climate, the daily climate data, and land use and nitrogen import data at annual time scale from pre-industrial 8860 to 2019. According to DLAM simulation, all carbon export, including DOC, POC, and DRC, increase significantly. This simulation result is comparable to observation-based estimate by Batman, but the laking and the reservoir estimate our research is much higher than Batman results. This in part because we use much final dam data. To reduce uncertainty in regional carbon budget, we should address carbon dynamics across terrestrial and aquatic systems. In addition to inland water carbon flux, DLAM also simulates land carbon dynamics. Based on our study, we estimate land carbon sinking and inland water carbon flux together. Then net carbon emission from inland water offset about 1/3 of land carbon sinking. We did not include coastal ocean and CO2 degas from estuary carbon. We use the same simulation protocol, but the cost resolution of imported data to address inland water carbon budget in North America. Here's this summary figure. All results show net CO2 emission from inland water offset about 70% land carbon sinking as reported. America. And then we further move from carbon to GHG emission. We estimate the 3 major greenhouse gas across the North America, and we group this into 3 countries and 1 region, Canada, US, Mexico, and Central America. We find that if we consider other 2 greenhouse gas, then inland water GHG emission entirely offset land carbon sinking. Much uncertainty exists in our estimate, one of which is import data. In general, cost resolution data lead to underestimate. Here, take home message. Net GHG emission from inland water could entirely offset land carbon sinking in North America. So inland water plays a central role in the GHG budget in North America, deserve more attention from policymakers and funding agencies. This should not be forgotten. We look forward to any collaboration. For more questions and information, please contact me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raymond Najar, and I'm going to be telling you about carbon cycling across the land-ocean aquatic continuum of North America. I'm presenting research from the second state of the carbon cycle report, specifically 4 chapters that were led by my co-authors, listed here: David Buttman, Wei-Jun Kai, Katja Fennell, Randy Kolka, Carl Tretton, and Lisa Marie Windham-Myers. Now, in traditional views of the global carbon cycle, the land and ocean are often separated. And I'm showing as an example here the 2009 to 2018 global budget of anthropogenic carbon dioxide from the Global Carbon Project. So here we're showing input of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere from fossil fuel burning and deforestation to the atmosphere, and then uptake by terrestrial ecosystems and by the open ocean. In reality, the land and the ocean are linked via an aquatic continuum. So for example, carbon that's taken up by terrestrial ecosystems will be stored there, but some of it will also be transferred into the land-ocean aquatic continuum, processed there, exchanged with the atmosphere there. Some of it will eventually get delivered to the open ocean. This land-ocean aquatic continuum that I'm talking about consists of terrestrial wetlands, inland waters, tidal wetlands, estuaries, and the coastal ocean. So it's an important connection between terrestrial ecosystems and the open ocean. Knowledge of the North American land-ocean aquatic continuum was limited in the first State of the Carbon Cycle report in 2007. I've shown with arrows here all the major fluxes that we would want to know regarding the land-ocean aquatic continuum. Exchanges with the atmosphere, exchanges with sediment and soil, and then, very importantly, lateral exchanges, such as the delivery of riverine waters into estuaries, and exchanges between estuaries, tidal wetlands, coastal ocean, so forth. You can see that only a few of those fluxes were identified, and some of them only for the United States. In Soccer 2, we set out to fill those gaps in 4 chapters on terrestrial wetlands, inland waters, tidal wetlands and estuaries, and the coastal ocean and continental shelf waters. Now, estimating these fluxes for an area as large as North America is quite difficult because they're all boundary ecosystems that we're interested in, and these boundary ecosystems are messy, they're fractal, they're very complex. It's very difficult to make these estimates. So we drew on a wide variety of approaches to make estimates for these fluxes. We use literature review, data synthesis, models, and those models are process-based, inverse models, and empirical models. We define the coastal ocean as the exclusive economic zone, which is typically 200 nautical miles from the shore. Here's our results. We made estimates for all of the major fluxes, and in some cases we were able to estimate changes in the stocks of some of the systems of interest. We assigned confidence levels using a star system here, and you can see that some fluxes were known quite well, such as the riverine delivery of carbon to estuaries, which we know to within 25%. Some estimates, however, many of them in fact, we don't know to within a factor of 2. So we've, in addition to making estimates, first estimates for many of these fluxes, we were able to identify gaps and where research is most needed. So here are some of the take-home messages from the study. First, that the exchanges with the atmosphere are quite large, but also compensating quite a bit. So for example, the uptake and the release, when you add them all up individually, it's about 250 teragrams of carbon going each way, basically. And I say large because if you compare it with other important fluxes, for example, the net land sink is estimated at 600 teragrams of carbon per year. So these exchanges with the atmosphere are quite large in that context. We found that the lateral fluxes were also quite large. So for example, the input into inland waters from terrestrial ecosystems was nearly 500 teragrams of carbon per year. The lateral fluxes from inland waters into estuaries through to from the coastal ocean all the way to the open ocean were order 100 teragrams of carbon per year. Burial was also quite large, nearly 300 teragrams of carbon across the land ocean aquatic continuum, with quite a lot of that, about half, happening in inland waters. And you can see that we made a big improvement over Soccer 1, where we only had estimates for 4 of the fluxes, and we made estimates for all of them, order of a dozen or more. So to summarize, what have we learned? Well, first, that aquatic systems play a prominent role in the North American carbon budget. Second, that exchanges with the atmosphere are large, but often offsetting, of order 200 to 300 teragrams of carbon per year. And then finally, lateral transfers and burial are large and exclusive to aquatic ecosystems, order of 500 teragrams of carbon per year into estuaries, and burial of order 300 teragrams of carbon per year. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak with you today about marine animal sediment interactions under climate change. This was a collaborative effort, and this paper is currently submitted to the journal Anthropocene as a prospective article. Now, when we think about the distribution of carbon burial in the ocean, we see that there's an apparent disparity in the great amount of carbon, greater than 90%, that's stored in a very small percentage of the ocean seabed, only 16% in the continental margin. Now, while there have been a number of studies that have looked at warming, acidification, deoxygenation, food availability, and even more recently, range expansion of different marine taxa, the implications of all of this as it relates to carbon storage has largely been unexplored. And this is particularly important as it relates to what I mentioned previously, that the coastal margin is a huge global sink for carbon, particularly as it relates to the ocean seafloor, which is the Earth's largest biome. So if we think about animal sediment interactions and biogeochemical processes, we can begin by looking at some of the early successional work that shows essentially more shallow-oriented species beginning in a successional event, leading to the deeper burrowing organisms, and how this impacts the oxic, suboxic, and sulfidic regions. Now, if we start thinking about things on the millimeter to centimeter scale and moving to the meter to hundreds of meters to kilometer scale across seascapes, or in this case, benthoscapes, we need to think about using these techniques potentially for looking at the ramifications of organisms that are experiencing range expansion towards the poles. However, only a small fraction of the world ocean has been mapped with these newer technologies. If we use the geologic record, considering the fact that the spatial and temporal dynamics of the ancient oceans are quite different than today, we can look at the 5 extinction events on the geologic timescale here as it relates to ichthofossil data. And these are changes that occur in essentially the infaunal tiering and structure and feeding gills. So if we look at the Cambrian explosion and the Ediacaran fauna leading way to more burrow-oriented organisms, with stromatolites and microbially stabilized structures becoming less popular. We can see this here, great changes in the infaunal tiering. We essentially then can move to the Great Ordovician biodiversification, where we see even more enhancement of burrow and boring architectures, and again changes in the faunal gills. And then finally, we see the Mesozoic marine revolution, which is significant expansion of decapod crustaceans and perhaps the most elaborate burrowing. So what might this mean? When we think of the Permian die-off, we have massive loss of life on the planet. A lot of this has been attributed to anoxic events caused by CO2 enhancement. All of those extinction events were related to greater volcanic activity. And here we see in the pre-extinction Permian, we see a fully developed mixed layer. We see post-extinction, we see depletion of the mixed layer, and then we see the mixed layer coming back in. And so this may be useful in terms of what we might be seeing as we see organisms move across the planet, change redox, particularly in these hot spots where the continental margin stores large amounts. Here we see a potential schematic of this work showing potential ramifications of this, I should say. And we see the baseline scenario that I described earlier. And then if you look at different stressors, warming, decreased POC flux, hypoxia, acidification, we can see changes or predictions of changing the size of the various taxa, types of changes in bioirrigation or fluxes related to microbial cycles. We also used a coupled intercomparison model over the time of 2055 to 2100. These are bottom water temperatures relative to historical baseline. And we see essentially polar shifts, phenology, depth distributions in different regions of the ocean. So this is predicting how there will be differential movement, differential effects on organisms in different regions based on this climatically driven model that we used. In a more recent paper that I find particularly noteworthy, Stanley and others looked at the Gulf of Maine, one of the most rapidly warming coastal bodies in the world. Very disparate types of taxa, lobster, cod, other crabs, and shrimp. And essentially what we see, they used a variety of different genetic techniques to look for changes in the distribution when the organism's large recruitment was occurring. This is surface waters in the spring, and you can see great differences in the temperature and differentiation using these different genetic markers, showing that there's actually a genetic decline in very disparate species that are adapting to this change. And we can see this shift even with respect to the differences in the range shift associated with lobsters and shrimp having the highest. So in conclusion, we argue that changes in bioturbation and range expansion are going to be particularly important in potential changes in the carbon storage in the coastal ocean. More studies need to be linked with evolutionary and phenotypic plasticity. I think that needs to be incorporated more into our thinking of biogeochemistry. Fossil record can be particularly important in looking back in time and thinking about how changes we see in the mixed layer might be linked with changes observed in the fossil record. And finally, the regional and global ocean models need to include more of these broad-scale benthic biological activity feedbacks as it relates to sedimentary biogeochemical processes. I'll end there and thank you for your attention.
Okay, we are now going to turn to the Q&A panel. And so I'll present questions to our speakers. The first one is for Hangqing. How can smaller watersheds systems be integrated into the modeling environment?
Thank you. This is a very good question. The small watershed probably is a very important, play a very critical role. So we recently actually published in Nature Climate Change show that smaller river play almost more than 80% of the contributors like into budget. So in this effort, we already incorporate small river stream into the model. Yeah. And the particularly important probably is the groundwater contribution.
Thank you. Next question is to Ray. What are some of the major challenges and gaps for accurate modeling of carbon fluxes across the land-ocean aquatic continuum?
You know, I think the major challenges are scaling up local measurements. Or, you know, I think we've got some good measurements, but the difficulty is having them understanding their significance at the sort of regional and continental scale. So it's a big challenge to develop techniques to scale up local measurements.
As a follow-up to that, Ray, what type of sensor platforms or other networks do you think would be important to you to establish or to utilize?
Yeah, well, obviously, remote sensing is really critical. You know, we still have issues with resolution, although that's getting better with some of the newer platforms, spatial resolution, as well as temporal and even spectral resolution. You know, when you get into these really fractal areas or these small rivers that Han Chin is concerned about that seem to play a disproportionately large role. You know, you getting into those narrow areas is tough, but our remote sensing platforms are becoming better and better at dealing with that. But we need all the ground truthing that we can to help make sense of those, because we can't detect carbon directly, and especially inorganic carbon is really tough. At least with dissolved organic carbon, you have some hope with relating colored material to dissolved organic carbon. Really challenging with inorganic carbon.
Thank you. Next question's for Tom. Does the movement migration also move inland with sea level rise and salt marsh mangrove expansion?
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, that's a really good question. And interestingly, we are starting to see there are these sesarmid crabs that have these current invasions going on up and down the eastern seaboard. And they're decimating marshes. And some of this, again, we're looking at in Georgia. Some of it's also up in New England area. And they essentially remove a lot of the vegetation eating Spartina and change all of the dynamics of particle movement and potential carbon burial. And I'm not an expert on this, but a lot of the people that study these crabs, as an example of what you're asking in the question, believe that some of this movement and sort of devegetation of the system is from sea level rise.
And thanks. Back to Ray. Ray, the question is, inventory programs use stock difference methods. How do we know if aquatic burials and lateral exports already included in the inventory estimates? I think there's an R missing. So how do we know if aquatic burials and lateral exports are already included in the inventory estimates?
And changes in stocks, you think the question is about?
I think so,
Like,
yes.
Does the burial include changes in stocks?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. Changes in stocks are, we tried to assess that for tidal wetlands, and that's included in the budget. I think there's a little delta inside the tidal wetlands box. I think there may be a little delta inside the inside of the shelf water box as well. The DIC inventory is changing because of the invasion of anthropogenic CO2. So I think at least in those two cases, it's taken into account, if I'm understanding the question correctly, and I may not be. But burial in other systems, like in estuaries and in streams, I believe they do not use a stock method. I think for at least in estuaries, you're looking at the sedimentation rate, combining the estimates of the sedimentation rate with the organic carbon fraction, and that's how the burial is estimated. It's not by looking at an estuary in two different times and looking at the inventory change.
Okay, thank you. Next question I think is for Henshin. Does better attribution of carbon cycling to aquatic systems require better observations or better conceptual models?
Yes, definitely. So we should more observation. The current observations are not really available. Something like a barrier sediment sink. So I'm also a little bit curious about this second. It's a very large sediment sink, 155. So I think probably one of the reasons that we don't have enough field observation available to qualify this sediment sink, and also it's land model and aquatic model actually separated. This oceanography and land ecosystem actually they don't talk each other. So just recently they come together and communicate. I think in more communication and link the land, model the land aquatic together probably with the solution. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just say something about that, I think that's a real modeling challenge. So Hanshin, I've been working with Hanshin. He mentioned the NASA project in his presentation, and we've been working together for a while with Margie Friedrich's group. Mainly is doing the heavy lifting on the estuarine side and coupling the land model to the estuarine model. But it's kind of a one-way coupling, and really we need to get to a point where we have a continuum there, that we're modeling the continuum, because it's not a sharp boundary as much as we'd like to think it's a sharp boundary at the head of tide. It's not. The head of tide is moving with sea level rise. It changes seasonally and interannually. And tidal wetlands, they're like perfect example of this kind of boundary system that really need to be modeled in a continuum framework instead of the land is giving stuff to the estuary, and that's it. The estuary doesn't affect the land. So that's a conceptual leap that I think we understand it conceptually, but we have to make the leap into the actual numerical modeling.
Thank you. So as we begin to wrap up here, I'd like to pose this question to each of you. How do the projects and models and observations that you're talking about, how do they incorporate extreme event disturbances, and what opportunities for research are there on those avenues? And Henshin, we could start with you.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, and very important. We work on the Mississippi River Basin. This like a flooding could wash out the carbon. Almost one event could 30% of the annual number. So model really needed to address this peak, this extreme event. That's a lot of opportunity, I think, to improve this estimation. Yeah.
And Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'll just mention that Rusty Fagan has a new project, and I'm part of it, to look at the impact of events on tidal wetland productivity. He developed a remote sensing tidal wetland productivity product, and it has a 16-day or 8-day resolution. So maybe it doesn't get to this kind of really short-term event kind of thing. Although we expect to see impacts of tropical cyclones in that. So that's one approach to start to look at these extreme events, at least on a fairly large scale. In addition to the sort of work that you do, Chris, which is at can be at a more local level.
Thanks. And Tom, to wrap up then for today, you've looked at longer scales, time scales that is, but is there a factor or a role do you think extreme event disturbances play in what you're looking at?
Yeah, the whole idea of organisms moving due to climate warming and moving towards the poles, and what that might mean to carbon burial in terms of these stabilized or equilibrium communities that we have, and effects of bioturbation redox, right? So that's sort of in the nutshell, what we're talking about. In terms of extreme events, this whole concept of this is sort of a nascent topic in itself, but I think the idea of sort of storms moving in and looking at mortality rate or organisms moving with the storm, and those sort of short-term effects on carbon burial and mixing and redox could be an interesting way to sort of look at the longer-term changes that we're seeing, as many organisms on the planet are in motion now towards the poles. Much of that emphasis has been on biodiversity, but as they move, they're changing soil and sediment redox.
Well, thanks to everyone. This was a very interesting session and a great panel discussion. So we're going to now move into a short break before the next science session.
Great. Well, welcome to the final oral session of our NACP meeting. This session is called From Observations to Predictions, and I'm Lisa Marie Windham-Myers. I'm at the U.S. Geological Survey Water Mission Area, and my co-organizer is Gretchen Keppel-Aleks from the University of Michigan in the Climate, Space Science, and Engineering program. And she will be moderating the discussion, it'll be about 20 minutes worth. And I'm going to be just introducing this series of 6 talks. Over the past 2 decades, ACP, there were collaborative science research networks that were consolidating observations. This has been going on for a while, and it's generating new scientific insights. So in this session, we have 6 talks that are widely sourced. There's big author lists, and they're showing examples of how these insights from observations are leading to improved capacity to make predictions about the future of the carbon cycle. Also, there's examples of where scientists are finding missed opportunities for impactful discoveries. So we're going to start with an invited presentation by Anna Michalak from Stanford, linking atmospheric observations and predictions across scales. Then we're going to move to Leslie Ott from NASA Goddard, where she's going to talk about carbon weather, getting to extended forecasts of carbon. We have another forecasting talk after that by Michael Dietz and from Boston University. That's eco-forecasting, looking at skill and data limitations. We're going to then move to David Durden, who's going to talk about the NEON sites, and 47 sites in particular with strong data sets that could benefit from more community engagement. Then we have Abhishek Chatterjee, also NASA Goddard, with future satellite missions and what are the most pressing uncertainties. And then finally, Grant Domke from the Forest Service, talking about leveraging data to quantify the forest sink and project forward into 2050. So let's move forward with our excellent talks.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are watching this talk. I would like to thank the organizers of this session for inviting me to speak today on using atmospheric observations to assess drivers of terrestrial carbon flux variability across scales. And very importantly, I would also like to thank my over 20 co-authors who agreed to provide material for this talk well over a year ago, back when this meeting was going to be held in person. I want to start off by reminding us about some details of the Paris Agreement, and more specifically, this goal of limiting the amount of greenhouse gases emitted by human activity to the same levels that trees, soils, and oceans can absorb naturally, beginning at some point between 2050 and 2100. And to notice that this goal really involves us not only quantifying human emissions and natural carbon uptake, but rather to understand or anticipate how these things are going to change going into the future, which of course then leads to a need to understand the processes driving carbon uptake both today and under future climate conditions. If we look at this both globally and on a century scale, we have quite a reasonable understanding of which reservoirs have contributed to the current atmospheric burden of CO2, and also how much carbon has been taken back out of the atmosphere by the terrestrial biosphere and by the oceans. But at this larger scale, there's quite a bit of disagreement across models as to the primary drivers of this net cumulative land sink. And just as one example, what you see in the orange bars here are the impact of rising atmospheric CO2 on the cumulative net land sink in a suite of models along the vertical axis that participated in the MISTIMIP intercomparison. If we look at this on an annual scale, we of course see that the majority of the intra-annual variability in the atmospheric growth rate is the result of intra-annual variability in the net land sink. And to some extent, of course, we know what the drivers of that variability are. For example, the impact of the El Nino oscillation. But there's quite a bit of disagreement as to what drivers dominate at what scales, and ultimately how these different drivers impact the net global land sink, both now and under future climate conditions. And of course, we see this in these classic figures that show a huge divergence in the net land sink going out to 2050 and 2100, and similarly in the oceans, which are of course the exact timescales that we're talking about, for example, in the Paris Agreement. this brings me to the topic of my talk, which is that we have had a really impressive explosion in the availability of atmospheric observations over the last decade or two, both in terms of in situ observations, ground-based remote sensing instruments, as well as a growing number of space-based satellites that were designed specifically for monitoring greenhouse gases from space. We have used these types of atmospheric observations for almost 2 decades now to understand fluxes at the Earth's surface. So we start with atmospheric observations, we couple them with an atmospheric transport model to understand something about the fluxes at the Earth's surface. And as you, of course, see, the fluxes at the Earth's surface are causing the atmospheric variability. But in using the atmospheric observations, what we do is we go in the reverse direction by using these atmospheric observations to infer something about the underlying fluxes. Much of the effort in this area has been focused on actually quantifying the budget of different greenhouse gases at various scales. But what I wanted to talk about today is whether we can use these atmospheric observations to more directly target the processes that control flux variability across scales, therefore giving us a better chance of getting at those long-term fluxes under changing climate conditions. And I'll give you 3 types of examples. The first will be confronting models with independent estimates that are derived from atmospheric observations. The second is studies that provide process information directly at target scales, which can range from the regional scale to the continental scale. And the third are studies that use atmospheric observations to evaluate process-based models, representations of the underlying drivers and processes. So first, I'll just show you one study that looks at confronting models with independent flux estimates. And this is most similar to how we've used atmospheric observations historically. And in this particular case, these are estimates of fluxes in the tropics derived from OCO2 that are being compared to a suite of process-based models specifically for the tropics. The second category of studies, though, uses information derived from atmospheric observations to provide process information directly at target scales. And I have quite a few studies to flip through here. The first have to do with the northern high latitudes, where the first study here is looking at how different representations of tundra CO2 flux do in terms of reducing atmospheric observations. The second study is looking at how northern forests respond to warming. And the third study is looking at high latitude responses to wildfires. Next 2 studies are for North America, where this first study is looking at the response of North American carbon uptake to the El Niño Southern Oscillation. And the second study is comparing how Eastern and Western North America respond to temperature and moisture limitation, finding that in the West, moisture is the primary driving factor, and in the East, temperature is important. This next study is looking at the impact of flooding based both on atmospheric CO2 observations and SIF measurements. And finally, this last study is looking at the Amazon and using both CO2 and C13 to understand drought impacts. Last but not least, a couple of studies that look at evaluating models representations. The first is looking at concurrent versus lagged effects on NBE in tropics. This next study is looking at sensitivities to both temperature and precipitation anomalies derived directly from the atmosphere relative to those implied by the current generation of process-based models. And last but not least, this last study is examining whether models that primarily attribute the summertime sink to the croplands versus to forests are more consistent with atmospheric observations in North America. So to close, I want to remind you that with the expanding atmospheric observations that we have seen, we have now the opportunity to infer process-based understanding of the global carbon sink. And I've shown you 3 ways in which we can do that, but overall observations can be used to confront mechanistic models with independent flux estimates, provide process information directly at target scales, and evaluate models' process representations. And this will ultimately help us understand both future climate trajectories and what we as humans need to do to create a more pleasant future. Thank you.
So thanks for joining today. My name is Leslie Ott, and I work at NASA's Global Modeling and Assimilation Office in Greenbelt, Maryland. Today, we're going to be talking about carbon cycle predictions at a variety of timescales. Before we start, I want to lay out the types of predictions we're going to be looking at, and the legacy of these timescales really comes from the kind of weather and climate predictions that offices like mine tend to make. So first, we have relatively short-term forecasts that are made on the same timescale as a weather prediction. So let's call this carbon weather. We start with some estimate of the present-day state of the carbon, and we can integrate that out to 10 to 14 days in support of things like planning flight directs during field campaigns to make sure that the aircraft are sampling air masses of the greatest interest. So we've been making these kinds of forecasts for things like aerosols and carbon monoxide for years, but adding in greenhouse gases like CO2 and methane is a relatively new addition. Next, and probably more interesting, are longer range forecasts that extend as far as 9 months into the future, which is a range we call seasonal or sometimes S2S. This is a really fast-growing research area with a lot of emphasis because of the value for advanced planning that such forecasts could have. Now, these types of carbon predictions could build on seasonal climate forecasts made by more complex coupled atmosphere-ocean models, which allows them to provide some insight that extends beyond the typical 2-week limit of a weather forecast. The biggest question I get asked when I talk about this topic is why we would bother to make such predictions for carbon and who would actually use them. So some of the main motivations from our perspective are helping us to plan observations. So for example, a carbon weather forecast could help scientists who are already in the field, while a seasonal forecast could help plan a campaign further in advance. A few-month forecast, if it was good enough quality, could also provide insight into current conditions because of the latencies that are typical in many types of carbon flux products. And in offices like mine, where we actually make these climate predictions, we really want to know how many applications these types of forecasts could support so that we design models and output that are useful to the research and applications community. So first, we're going to show an example of a carbon weather forecast from the Act America field campaign. ACT was designed to collect observations of greenhouse gases in a variety of complex weather conditions, and this example weather forecast on the left is showing an interesting case where a front is passing over the northeastern United States. Traditionally, scientists in the field would rely on weather maps, but during this campaign, we were also supplying experimental forecasts of CO2, like the example on the right, which helped the science team plan the flight track that's highlighted here in pink. In this forecast evaluation curtain plot with the observations overlaid on the 2-day forecast, you can see that the forecast isn't quite perfect, particularly near the surface, but it is doing a great job predicting gradients in CO2, which helped the project collect the data that they needed. This also helped us on the model development side because we got some feedback that helped us improve our model. So there's some good value here, but the main limiting factor in these types of forecasts is the availability of flux data in near real time, which can limit the quality of forecasts because we often have to rely on simple climatology methods. If you want to learn more, please check out Nikolai Balashev's poster. So next I want to switch gears and talk about seasonal forecasts. And while I don't have time to go through all of it today, I do want to make the point that we've been looking into how predictable each component of the carbon cycle actually is and whether we could predict the total carbon budget several months in advance. And while the methods and timescales do vary, there is skill to be found in each of these types of forecasts. Here we're going to dig into 2 examples of forecasts. First is a statistical fire forecast developed at the University of California, Irvine, which uses a combination of autoregression and climate information to develop equations to predict the evolution of fires all over the world. These relationships are customized for each fire region that you see in this map, since the conditions that control fire, and thus the best predictors, can vary substantially from region to region. And this study found that in many regions, we can predict the conditions that lead to fires several months in advance. So this map is just showing you the power of a single predictor, how well fire activity early in the fire season can predict fire activity late in the fire season. And in many places, this kind of simple relationship can provide a lot of skill. So for example, in African grasslands, if we have a very active start to the fire season, we might use up all of our fuel, meaning that the late part of the season will be less active than usual. So we see an anti-correlation there. In contrast, in Alaska and many parts of North America, we see a strong positive correlation, which means that if we see a strong start to the fire season, we're likely looking at conditions for burning that will persist for several more months. And we've seen evidence of this playing out in recent years in the high latitudes. So Yang Chen has a great paper on this. Please check it out if you'd like to learn more. In this last example, we're looking at the potential of GPP and NEE forecasts. So here we're taking the seasonal forecast meteorology, we're applying a bias correction, which is an important step in making good predictions, and then we're feeding that data into 2 terrestrial biosphere models and having them compute retrospective forecasts over 10 years. The plots are showing you spatial correlation coefficients at different lead times ranging from 1 month in blue to 9 months in yellow, and we're comparing the model driven with forecast meteorology to a model simulation using observed meteorology. So this is telling us how well a forecast could potentially predict where interesting changes in the carbon cycle might occur several months in advance. Now, as we'd expect, we see the greatest skill at short lead times of 1 to 3 months. Well, what's really interesting is that these correlations are much stronger than we'd see for meteorological inputs like temperature and moisture. Now, the reason for this forecast skill is that the forecast for carbon really benefits from the initialization and the long memory effect of things like soil moisture. So on the right, we're showing an experiment where we repeat these forecasts, but we use a single year's forecast for every year of that 10-year period and only change initial conditions. What this tells us is that we're able to recover. Even when we have a poor climate forecast, we can still make a skillful forecast of GPP and NEE because we have so much information coming from the initial conditions. To wrap this up, I want to make the point that there's already been tremendous progress in forecasting a number of aspects of the carbon cycle on these types of timescales. Experimental carbon weather forecasts are already helping us plan and collect better data, and on seasonal timescales, there's some skill to be had in predicting human emissions, fires, and land and ocean carbon fluxes several months in advance. On a less optimistic note, we do need to remember that the forecast will never be better than the retrospective model. So for many land and ocean models, we can recover the skill that observation-driven models show, but we still struggle to predict real-world events. So there's more work to do there. And there are a lot of points in need of more discussion. Who are the users of these forecasts? What are the metrics we use to evaluate them, and how do we express uncertainty? If you have thoughts about any of these points, I'd love to hear them. Thanks for your attention.
Hi, I'm Mike Dietz, and welcome to my talk, Near Real-Time Forecasting in the NACP Towards a More Predictive and Socially Relevant Science. In our current era of rapid environmental change, where transient conditions are the new normal, there's a critical need to better inform environmental decision-making. Decisions are fundamentally about what we think will happen in the future under different decision choices, and forecasts provide explicit predictions about those alternative futures that represent our best synthetic understanding. Unfortunately, a lot of recent modeling and prediction is focused on timescales that are longer than what most stakeholders need, and also longer than is really useful for testing our predictions against new data. Understanding and managing our natural resources urgently requires the ability to anticipate change at scale and speed far beyond what is currently possible. Furthermore, by continually confronting our predictions with data, iterative forecasting approaches not only improve decision-making, but they accelerate basic science. Indeed, I argue that iterative forecasting is a particularly strong expression of the scientific method that forces us to test hypotheses that are quantitative, specific, and therefore falsifiable. In case there was any doubt by what I mean by iterative, in some cases this really does mean running forecasts every day, such as this canopy phenology forecast. This ability to make iterative forecasts has been fueled by a data revolution, including advances in sensor technologies, the rise of large-scale coordinated research in observatories, and the explosion of both Earth's observation data and community science. In addition to phenology forecasts, my lab is also running ensemble-based carbon and water flux forecasts that integrate over numerous sources of uncertainty and send out daily forecasts via email. These aren't just blind forecasts. The system also iteratively assimilates recent tower flux observations in MODIS LAI. We're currently running at 6 towers and also provide a shiny dashboard that not only displays forecasts, but lets you dive into a number of graphs and diagnostics about model performance. One of the most important metrics is how forecast skill changes as a function of lead time. So far, we seem to be doing better at forecasting daytime fluxes than nighttime, and the simulation of LAI seems to be improving forecasts, increasing the predictability by about a day at both night and day. We've also applied these techniques to biomass hindcasts at Harvard Forest, which allowed us to partition out different uncertainty contributing to the overall forecast uncertainty over time. This analysis showed that initial conditions were the dominant source of uncertainty and that uncertainty does not decay quickly over time. This calls into question the practice of initializing models via spin-up. Process error, which is usually ignored in carbon cycle predictions, was also considerable. Even though this was a hindcast, driver error was non-negligible. And finally, there's been a recent trend towards starting to account for parameter error in model predictions, which should continue. We've also scaled up our hindcast system to a CONUS scale, assimilating Landsat AGB estimates and MODIS LAI estimates, though initially we're operating on a very coarse scale of only approximately 500 grid points. Through data assimilation, we're able to not just constrain the pools we measure, such as LAI and AGB, but also those that are partially observed, so LAI before MODIS, and those that are completely unobserved, such as soil carbon and fast timescale fluxes. We can scale all this up to produce spatiotemporal maps of carbon pools and fluxes and validate the pools that we didn't assimilate. Importantly, this bottom-up reanalysis provides a fully reconciled spatiotemporal estimate of all carbon pools and fluxes simultaneously that's produced by the fusion of multiple data constraints and models together. With this, we think that we'll be able to better understand the variability in the carbon cycle in space and time. And this assimilated estimate comes with full uncertainties and covariances that span across pools, space, and time, which among other things is going to make this particularly useful as a prior on top-down inversions. The next step here is to bring this reanalysis system and our forecast system together into a full North American forecast system, and then to increase the number of data constraints. One thing that gives me hope about all of this is that decades of research in weather forecasting has shown that accurate prediction of complex nonlinear systems is indeed possible, but that getting to good forecasting doesn't come all at once. It comes from getting constant iterative feedback about how we're doing. And as with weather forecasts, we need to be honest that our skill will leave a lot to be desired at the start, but the only way to get on the learning curve is to start making predictions, and we can't wait until we're good enough or we'll never be good enough. So in 2018, we launched the Ecological Forecasting Initiative with the goal of building an international interdisciplinary community of practice around near-term iterative forecasting in ecology. I don't have time to go into all the details about what everything FE does, but in a few short years, we've grown to hundreds of researchers, with the bulk of FE's activity occurring within working groups organized around cross-cutting interdisciplinary challenges shared by members of the forecasting community, regardless of whether we're working on terrestrial, freshwater, or marine systems. Some of these shared challenges are technical, such as methods in cyber infrastructure, but most are about building community and building capacity. One of the things we're most excited about is the launch of the NEON Forecasting Challenge, with the goal of predicting NEON site level observations before we're collecting. This is collected. They're open to all participants in modeling approaches. And there's 5 different forecast challenges running right now, 3 of which I think are directly relevant to the NACP community: aquatic dissolved oxygen, phenocam vegetation, and terrestrial carbon and water fluxes and soil moisture. Thank you for listening, and I hope you all get involved in making prediction a more central part of the future of NACP. And welcome to join FE, following us on our Slack, or newsletter, or social media. Thanks.
Hello, my name is David Durden. Today, I will give an overview of NEON's terrestrial instrumented system and its data products, with a focus on the surface atmosphere exchange data. We start with the components of NEON. We have 3 main observational systems: instrumented systems, observational systems, and the airborne observation platform that collect data across terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. The tower and soil arrays play an important role monitoring climate forcing variables that impact ecosystem function. Here we can concisely see the design at our Niwot Ridge site. On the left, we have the tower and instrument hut. Just behind it, we can see the DFIR, or double fenced international reference, for high accuracy precipitation measurements. And we can see 2 of the 5 soil plots. NEON is a continental scale observatory that spans 20 different ecoclimatic domains across the US and Puerto Rico, with 81 total field sites and 47 terrestrial tower sites. The observatory provides free and open data, culminating in more than 180 data products, and is set to operate for 30 years to enable novel research that spans spatiotemporal. This is drone footage from our Healy site that shows the typical short stature ecosystem tower with 4 levels. We are monitoring profiles of wind speed and direction, air and biological temperature, and photosynthetically active radiation, as well as CO2 and H2O gas concentration and isotopic ratios. At the tower top, we are heavily instrumented with radiation measurements, aerosol depth, wet and dry deposition, and the turbulent exchange system, consisting of a 3D sonic anemometer and infrared gas. This is a current snapshot of the eddy covariance bundled data product availability. We recently optimized the eddy covariance processing pipeline to enable near real-time data access with expanded daily EC files available at a 5-day latency. Additionally, our first data release, Release 2021, is now available. All surface atmosphere exchange data are provided in self-described HDF5 files that contain all relevant data and metadata. The bottom plot shows the steady increase in data downloads using IP addresses as a proxy for unique users. Code resources are now available from a curated repository being hosted on the NEON website. 2 I would like to highlight are the NEON Utilities package to quickly download and merge data from the NEON API, and the eddy4R suite of R packages for processing eddy covariance data. You can also submit your code to be hosted in the repository as well. To ensure data interoperability, we established a partnership with Ameriflux to provide our Flux data similar to other site PIs to ensure higher level gap filled and partition products are produced the same across networks and allow NEON Flux data to feed into the global FluxNet dataset. This collaboration has developed substantially, as now all NEON terrestrial sites have been registered. All NEON data from the 2021 data release are in submission. Multiple sites are moving through the QA/QC checks, and going forward, data will be submitted quarterly with the possibility of large updates aligned with the annual NEON data releases. Now I want to mention one way we've been working to synthesize NEON data products from the plot to the landscape scale using the environmental response function method that takes various data sources from field observations and flux data to remote sensing and regional reanalysis data to derive relationships between environmental drivers and responses and allow us to project flux measurements on model grid scales, thus allowing us to assess spatial variability and uncertainty associated with our measurements at the landscape scale. Here is a soil carbon study that illustrates NEON's utility and testing hypothesis at scale, ranging from the site to the continent. On the left, we can see that using NEON data, we can make observations regarding soil carbon stocks by depth within a site and investigate the influence of cultivation. On the right, we can see that the NEON design also allows us to scale to evaluate soil organic carbon stocks across major soil orders on the continental scale. These previous data examples demonstrate ways NEON data are being used and exemplify ways network scale observations can be utilized to inform and benchmark models. This slide shows net ecosystem production output from an Earth system model with varying spatial grid averages from 1x1 to 7x7 centered on a NEON site. This illustrates the reduced uncertainty in Earth system models over larger spatial areas and highlights the need for better single-point simulations and benchmarking. To help fill this need, The recently funded INCAR NEON pilot project is using NEON data, including atmospheric forcing and site characteristics of soil and plant traits, to parameterize a containerized version of INCAR's community land model. This is envisioned to help improve model evaluation with the wide range of NEON data products available, facilitate ecological forecast, and spur novel scientific discoveries. NEON has been developing a workflow and creating new tools for data preparation and distribution to INCAR. The data are grabbed from the NEON API, then gap-filled and packaged into the defined NetCDF format for ingestion into CLM and the International Land Model Benchmark. We are planning to extend the utility of these datasets by partnering with the Ecological Forecasting Initiative and providing these files for its NEON forecast challenges. To finish, I would like to highlight that NEON is providing network-scale surface atmosphere exchange observations at 47 sites across 20 ecoclimatic domains with near real-time data access, thoroughly quantified uncertainty, and full quality metric provenance available, not to mention the host of additional biophysical, ecological, and hydrological data products being produced. I believe that data model integration will play a key role going forward in maximizing our predictive capabilities, minimizing uncertainty in model predictions, and advancing forecast accuracy. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek Chatterjee. I'm at the Global Modeling and Assimilation Office at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Today, I'll be talking about an activity that several of us from the carbon cycle science and greenhouse gas remote sensing community have been involved in over the past couple of years. The primary aim of this work is to design and implement observing system simulation experiments, or OSSIs as we tend to call them, to assess the science performance of various instruments, both current and planned, their synergism with selected likely international missions. Now, before beginning, I would like to acknowledge all of my co-authors here, especially Leslie Ott, who has spearheaded much of this effort. But as you will note, this has been, and this is an extremely large scale multi-agency and multi-institutional effort with several topical leads. Now, there are several space-bound measurement approaches for observing atmospheric CO2 and CH4 concentrations, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, including Japanese GOSAT, which has now provided observations for close to a decade, NASA's OCO2, as well as ESA's Sentinel-5 TROPOME. As it turns out, all of these pioneering missions are passive low Earth orbiting or LEO missions. These can provide global sampling with a single mission, but do require sunlit conditions to operate and to miss out on some key regions and processes occurring in those regions. So for example, if you think about the specific processes that occur during the shoulder seasons over the high latitudes. The capabilities of these missions have certainly been improving, and there are more and more unique ways in which the scientific community is using the data set. Now, moving forward over the next 2 to 3 years, of significant interest will be the upcoming geostationary mission, or GeoCarb, which will give us the first full daily coverage over most of Americas. This will give us the opportunity to constrain carbon cycle fluxes over shorter time scales and over finer spatial scales, but we have to ask the question that is at what cost? By using the geostationary data, how much of an error do we incur over other parts of the globe? Will we get the most benefit by combining information from LEO and GEO sensors? And over what regions and time periods will we still have gaps? In order to answer these types of questions, we have developed a rather large-scale and comprehensive OSSI framework. This framework is a huge step up, I must say, from the simple OSSIs that we pursued a decade back. We now focus on creating high-resolution nature runs that simulate multiple species, so not just CO2 or CH4, but actually a combination of CO2, CO, and CH4, since that is what a lot of our future missions will observe, and we want to be able to identify the needs for such coincident measurements. We factor in our best estimates of expected flux changes in different regions of the globe. We also pay special attention to the retrievals that we simulate and how errors, both random and systematic, are prescribed for those retrievals. And then finally, we focus on not just how well we are able to recover the prescribed fluxes, but also the ability of different mission configurations to observe perturbations to natural and anthropogenic carbon fluxes and provide the most robust information. Now, an important component here has been the development, or rather I should say the ongoing development of an end-to-end simulator. Here we use the information that we have from current and proposed sensors in different orbits. So for example, a passive LEO or a white swath LEO, active LEO or a geoconstellation, to determine what scenarios or uncertainty influx changes would be relevant for setting mission objectives and subsequent measurement requirements. This has, as you can imagine, this is a pretty time-intensive effort, but we argue here that this is actually an extremely critical and important step towards building and flying the right instruments to achieve the desired science goals. We have developed the formalism as kind of has captured on this chart here, but what we would very much like to hear from you is your input on what you perceive to be the most pressing uncertainty that we'll face within carbon cycle science over the next 2 decades. Will it be the growing uncertainty in urban fossil fuel emissions? Should that be our primary target? Or the response of permafrost carbon to a warming climate, or changes in the southern ocean carbon sink, or changes in anthropogenic and natural methane emissions? These are some of the types of science questions that is at the forefront of our activity right now and that we are worrying about. And associated with each science question, we are designing science experiments. So to give an example here, one of the science experiments that we are looking at specifically explores changes in the North American sink, for example, some kind of a shift from boreal to temperate or temperate to boreal North America. What size and area of perturbation do we need for that to be detectable by different sensors? That is a signal detection experiment that I have outlined in the top row here. And the bottom row shows a more classical inversion-based experiment where we try to recover the flux perturbation using a combination of sensor platforms. And again, what type of errors we incur in different parts of the globe and whether we can remediate that when we combine information from different sensors. What we are consistently finding is that a current generation of satellites are good at detecting big persistent changes in flux, but as the flux perturbation becomes smaller, either in space, so think a small region experiencing drought, or time, that is changes that are happening at a high frequency, then we need merged data from various platforms to recover that signal. And this is just one example, and I'm happy to chat later during the Q&A or offline about the other experiments we have been targeting. In addition, if you feel that you have a flux perturbation or science question in mind, and you are interested in evaluating the ability of different sensors and combination of sensors to observe that perturbation, we would be happy to hear about it. So to kind of wrap up, it is clear that high-resolution observations of CO2, methane from space-based measurement platforms will continue to increase. In fact, we are here right now, as shown in the orange arrow here in 2021. And by the end of, or before the end of this decade, we will have 5-6 additional birds in the sky. What we are developing and implementing here as part of this OSCE activity is a set of experiments that will inform the implementation of a comprehensive carbon cycle observing system. And our goal is not just to quantify the ability of a particular sensor to get at global and regional fluxes, but actually identify the most cost-effective observing system for capturing carbon cycle changes and then allowing us to attribute those to underlying mechanisms. With that, I'm happy to yield the floor and look forward to the discussions at the end of the session. Please feel free to reach out to me or Leslie if you want further information on this topic or have additional questions. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning and good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the North American Carbon Program and chairs of this organized science session for the opportunity to present on the evolution of data, methods, and models used to compile estimates of greenhouse gas emissions and removals from forest land in the U.S. I would also like to thank those who stuck around for the last talk in the final organized science session on the last day of the NACP Open Science meeting. I'd also like to applaud the organizers for a fantastic meeting. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the contributions of the Forest Service scientists and staff who began this work more than 25 years ago, and the many Forest Service and non-Forest Service colleagues who have contributed to advances over the years. The mission of our team is to advance the science, monitoring, and reporting of greenhouse gas emissions and removals on land with trees in the United States, which will help land managers and policymakers across scales evaluate existing practices and policies and inform future activities. Now I would like to take sort of a whirlwind tour on how things started and how things are going. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change entered into force in 1994, and the U.S. as an Annex I country to the convention began reporting on economy-wide annual emissions and removals shortly after that period. On your left here, you'll see an early report for the time series from 1990 to 1996, published in 1998. In this early report, estimates of forest land and harvested wood products stock changes were compiled as part of the land sector using a combination of historical data and projections from the literature. While there appear to be striking similarities between the estimates in this 1996 and 1998 document and the draft on your right from 2021, the data, methods, and models used to obtain these estimates have changed substantially over the last 25 years and have facilitated a separation of many of the different categories into subcategories, into different land use categories and transfer categories, which you can see here. While in some cases these changes have been to comply with refined UNFCCC reporting requirements, in most cases investments have been made to improve the transparency, consistency, comparability, completeness, and accuracy of greenhouse gas inventory estimates. Here's a timeline of some of those estimates and improvements in estimation over time. Broadly, they can be categorized into inventory improvements, methodological improvements, and modeling improvements. All of those methodological, modeling, and inventory improvements more broadly are incorporated in every year of the time series in each of the reporting years. So it's really inappropriate to compare one report to another report because of changes and methodological improvements over the time series. Here you can see that the time series from 1990 to 2018, published in 2020, suggests a relatively stable, although slightly diminishing sink within the forest land category, separated by each of the unique components described in the legend on top of this graphic. You can see overall that the time series has remained relatively stable, although the interannual variability in most cases can be attributed to wildfire and other natural disturbances over the time series. Now I would like to pivot a bit and describe some of the current research activities aimed at improving the accuracy and precision of estimates, as well as enhancing the spatial and temporal resolution of the information we include in the greenhouse gas inventory, but also provide and portray in a variety of other instruments and data portals and platforms. First is using tree demography to inform carbon dynamics. Essentially what we're doing is we're threading a needle through every tree over the entire digital record in the National Forest Inventory Program, both the periodic and annual. And so the solid lines here represent actual observations on plots, whereas the dashed lines represent interpolations of what those trees on plots are doing between remeasurements. The remeasurements are really facilitating this tree demography work and also facilitating a look beyond the contemporary digital record, going earlier in time to build out the entire time series and facilitate land conversion estimation, but also facilitate projections looking forward beyond the observations available from the National Forest Inventory. We're leveraging this information in combination to build out and improve the characterizations of carbon across the different forest ecosystem carbon pools. So the live tree carbon pool models are being improved, and new methods and models will be adopted in the years ahead. And that's happening across all the pools, and this is a continuous development, and there are continuous refinements happening in this space, both within the National Forest Inventory and then extended to greenhouse gas inventory reporting. We're taking all of those investments and utilizing that with remotely sensed information to improve the spatial and temporal resolution of what we're doing, not only in the contemporary period, but dating back annually over the entire time series to facilitate reporting and also reporting at finer and finer spatial scales. All of this work collectively is being used to better attribute changes on the landscape to particular activities and natural phenomena. And all of that is being packaged in a variety of different tools and models to portray the results in a variety of different formats accessible to a wide variety of stakeholders. Collectively, all of this information is being built in a modular carbon accounting system, which will be used moving forward to compile estimates for UNFCCC reporting. In closing, Forest Service continues to expand its role in greenhouse gas estimation and reporting. The FIA data continue to be the foundation. We continue to improve and expand capabilities, and collaboration and partnerships are essential to doing this. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much to all of our speakers for those talks that really showcase the interdisciplinary nature of making predictions. We have some questions in Slido, and we also have some questions, a question I want to start with that I hope will link across a lot of these talks. Abhishek, you mentioned uncertainty in yours. And over the course of the last 4 weeks, as we participated in NACP, we've heard from folks who are interested in using our information to manage forestry, for agriculture, for making policy. So a question really for anyone, but maybe we'll start with Mike and Leslie. How do we communicate uncertainty in these predictions? And how do we decide what level of uncertainty is going to be okay for the types of goals that end users might have for these forecasts?
Yeah, it's a great question. Do you want to start, Mike, or you want me to?
Sure, I'll go ahead. In terms of how, I mean, I think there's just needs to be a much greater use of, ensemble-based methods in what we're doing. Ensembles within models, not just ensembles across models, to account for multiple sources of uncertainty, such as, drivers and initial conditions and model parameters and stuff like that. I think it's still an open question, where and when different uncertainties dominate our predictions. In terms of how users use those uncertainties, there is a wide range of sophistication in how different users, what they do with those uncertainties. Some just ignore them and just use the mean you give them. Some are very sophisticated in how they translate these probabilistic predictions into risk through formal risk assessment. So it's a wide range of ways that people could engage with the uncertainties in products. What was the last part of the question?
I guess how do we know when we have reached that level of acceptable uncertainty?
Yeah, I mean, and that's an interesting one, because I think from a decision science perspective, after the decision's made, whether the decision was actually sensitive to the level of uncertainty. I think other than the few cases where there are actual legal mandates on required accuracies, I think we overestimate the degree to which decision scientists know a priori the level of confidence that we need to be able to provide them. And I think, when properly done, the goal is to integrate over those uncertainties, whatever they are, and that, I tend to think anytime you're doing better than random, you're providing decision maker with real valuable information.
Thank you. Leslie, do you have a take on that issue?
Yeah, I generally agree with everything Mike said. I mean, I think ensembles are really critical to understanding this. And so for something like seasonal predictions, for example, you've got multiple institutions within the United States making seasonal forecasts every month. Each of those institutions is producing its own ensemble. So you have an ensemble of ensembles on the meteorological side. Then you've potentially got, all of that can feed into ensembles of biosphere models. So I think one of the key things is you need these ensembles to sort out and quantify uncertainty, but you also have to figure out what's the way to structure this so that you capture the uncertainty in a way that's still feasible, because we could be running so many predictions that we can't actually communicate the information in real time. So I think that's the real question, and it's a research question that this is a relatively new field. That's what we've got to decide is, how do we capture this uncertainty? How do we do this in a framework that's user friendly? I'm sort of encouraged by some of the discussion of machine learning techniques and some of the and emulators. So are there ways that instead of running a full model, can we actually run, a suite of models more efficiently so that we can characterize uncertainty? That's something that's very promising. I think the other thing that we have to do a better job as scientists of communicating is what users can expect from different types of forecasts and different timescales. So for example, what you can expect, what's reliable from a weather forecast is much different than the kind of information you might get from a seasonal forecast. On a weather forecast, we're expecting to get, the timing and location of fronts and precip right. On seasonal timescales, it's much different. We're expecting something that's much more like, are we going to have an average snowfall, average rainfall, average flux conditions? And that's something as scientists that I think we're a little bit more acclimated to understanding, but it's very difficult for people outside of our community. And I think as we see these forecasts take hold, that's one thing we've really got to get better at, is making sure that we're tempering expectations and delivering good information that goes along with the forecasts.
Right, thank you. We have do any of the other panelists want to speak to this question?
Yeah, I was
can
just going to say.
add.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Anne.
Thanks. I was going to add two things. I think the uncertainty question depends a lot both on the time scale and on how actionable the information is. Right. So to give a couple of examples, I think in Leslie's talk about fire forecasting, that's both a relatively short-term prediction and the results of that prediction are very actionable. And so I think there, both quantifying the uncertainty and dealing with the uncertainty is much clearer because there's a direct translation between the prediction and what we might do on the ground. On the other end of the spectrum, if we're talking about predicting the land carbon sink under future climate conditions, the uncertainty is large, but we've been saying this for a long time, but that should not be a reason for inaction, because regardless, the solution is to stop burning carbon. And so even though the uncertainty is huge, that will be helpful to us from a climate adaptation perspective in the longer term. But I don't think there's any threshold of uncertainty that we need to hit before we say, well, this is definitely the action that we want to take. And so to me, the question of uncertainty is always tied to the time scale and in what way will the answer impact the actions that we need to take in the short term.
David?
Yeah, I was just going to add that from our side, as the observationalist, I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that we're providing thoroughly quantified uncertainty as well for model evaluation, parameterization, and benchmarking.
I think those are all great points. Thank you. We also have a question which is addressed to Grant. How are forest emissions estimates validated against atmospheric CO2 variability?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that came up a lot in the reanalysis breakout, which I've given kind of a summary of that, which will happen in a later session today. So pretty much everything we do on the forest side right now has really focused on bottom-up sort of inventory approaches. And as I said in my final slide, I think there are really fantastic opportunities to start attributing some of these things that we're learning from sort of top down and bottom up. We can use these things, I think, in parallel and really to better understand and attribute where the fluxes are. And so right now, I would say that's a massive opportunity that these communities are not talking to one another as much as we could be. And meetings like this, I think, really, hopefully will facilitate that networking to better link up the power of field observations with observations from space, to really reconcile some of the differences and understand, better understand, where the drivers are, what the drivers are, and where the differences are.
Thank you. We have a question for Anna. If the land sink drives most of the variability, presumably in the atmospheric CO2 growth rate, what observations could improve predictive attribution of land management, such as tillage, fire, or flooding on atmospheric CO2 fluxes?
Next question. I noticed Mike, though, waving his hand. Did you want to add something to the previous answer?
It was just one really quick thing to note that in our bottom-up carbon cycle reanalyses, we've actually started working with the Carbon Tracker Lagrange team that's doing top-down inversions to formally use the bottom-up reanalysis as an informative prior on the top-down inversion that captures that full, covariance across space, time, and pools. So I think there is opportunities to formally fuse these two data sources.
Thanks. So to answer the question you posed, Gretchen, I think there's no easy answer to this. As with most things, it's sort of a all of the above type of answer. So we need in situ observations across a range of scales, but part of what, or I guess all of what my talk focused on, is that there's a huge challenge in scaling observations of things like field scale or plot scale up to the kinds of scales that ultimately sort of show the emergent processes that control the net carbon sink on a, let's say, continental to global scale. And the power of atmospheric observations is that although they don't have the spatial specificity of this particular tree or this particular plot, or even necessarily, honestly, the impact of tillage or not tillage, which is one of the examples given in the question, what they do provide is the constraint on what the total net effect of those fluxes is. And in that way, what that allows you to do is to see whether all of the different processes that you're taking into account ultimately give you the right answer at the tail end. And so only when those two things ultimately match up do you know that you're getting the right answer, not just the right answer, but importantly the right answer for the right reason. Because what we found a lot is that often models can yield similar answers, but by invoking a very different set of processes. But to get back to the question, I think it's about this sort of integration across scale that goes maybe even from the leaf scale all the way to the global scale that we've been working on for a long time. And I think we're making steady progress, but as I said, the fact that there's still a lot of uncertainties shouldn't stop us from acting.
Thank you. We have another question for Michael. To what extent do ecological forecast skills depend on seasonal forecast skills of weather, or are biological uncertainties always dominant?
That's a great question. Actually, I think Leslie could maybe say more than me about what the analyses that they've actually done on how the weather scales translate, or the seasonal scales translate into how biology integrates over that, and then I can pick up from there.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and we see a difference. That I want to qualify one thing. When I showed the example I showed of like a GPP forecast in my talk, that's a sort of the first order comparison that we do when we compare a model against it's self-driven with reanalysis meteorology. So this is basically the best kind of prediction. Can I just, with the forecast meteorology, can I recover what the model would have if it had good information about weather and climate? And I think that's very informative in terms of understanding the balance of information that's coming from the initialization versus the forecast. And there we do see, some good potential, a lot of information coming from the initialization, which is good because there's errors in seasonal forecasts and that become more substantial at longer lead times. So that it varies a little bit. We've done this with several models, so we're confident that result holds, but it is a little bit model dependent. It can be regionally dependent. It can be dependent on time of year. So I would say it's, there's a lot of different things you have to consider in sort of the relative balance between the forecast skill and how much that's impacted by meteorology. But I would say that we're making a lot of progress towards quantifying that and towards understanding that. So that's probably not quite an answer to the question, but just saying that we're getting towards being able to answer that question in a way that's more robust. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I guess I would add that we are really in early days in understanding the dominant uncertainties for different processes on different scales. We have one very, very exhaustive case study at Harvard Forest where it honestly, it took about a decade of cyber infrastructure development to really feel confident that we were getting every uncertainty as realistically as we could going into that. And that seemed to suggest that over those kind of even decadal scales, the initial condition uncertainty, like Leslie says, is really, really important. We also find that the process uncertainty, our fundamental The fact that we still don't fully understand all the details of the carbon cycle was number two. And drivers and parameters come down later. But the challenge being that when you look at longer term, climate change projections, no one's done that level of detail of partitioning. It's kind of lumps into like climate scenario versus absolutely everything else muddled together. And so it's kind of really hard. We're still in the early days of kind of pulling apart when we say like, land model uncertainty is huge. How much of that is initial conditions, parameters, structure? It's all still too tightly convolved, and to me that's a really important thing for us to be able to tackle, because I think until you know the dominant uncertainties in a process, you're not going to put your effort in the right places to try to reduce them. We could be barking up the wrong tree if we're spending all our time trying to reduce an uncertainty that's not the one that's driving the forecast.
Thank you. We have a question for David about what are the ways that members of the NACP community can incorporate their research questions at NEON sites, or take advantage of NEON resources and the observations that are made there for this sort of predictive carbon cycle science.
Yeah, so NEON also has a assignable asset program that allows you to put in a proposal to either deploy your own sensors at a site or have observations sampled at NEON sites based on the questions that you would like to see answered. Additionally, we have a mobile deployment platform that can be requested and put at any site that you like, that has a whole suite of NEON terrestrial instrumented systems available. And you could also petition to have the airborne observation platform fly your site, or fly any area that you, for instance, we've done a lot of fire response type flights, rapid response flights. So.
Thank you. We have a question for Abhishek. It sounds like choosing the uncertainty to focus on is more policy oriented. So do you have a suggestion of the most impactful deployment choices?
That's a good question. I think, from our perspective, or from what we have been focusing on, certainly like a lot of the uncertainty discussions that we were having right now, they were focused more on the processes and sort of like the model uncertainty. Then an important component is like the uncertainty that we have from the observations, because one thing that we have realized over the last decade is not necessarily that more and more observations or a denser network necessarily helps us answer all the questions that we need to address. And so in our case, in terms of like when we are trying to figure out like what configuration of an observing system we need to have in place, I think again, as Anna and Mike had earlier mentioned, that it is sort of, we need to be sort of identify like what level of uncertainty is acceptable, and to some extent sort of the particular strategy that we deploy, whether we are sort of meeting that uncertainty. And in terms of, again, deployment, it is both like a mixture of not just like a surface-based network or towers, but it sort of has to be a combination of like towers, aircraft, along with satellites, trying to constrain that problem. Now, again, the question here that typically, or what we face a challenge a lot when we are doing this Aussie experiments, is that whether we are kind of going after a global scale problem or whether we are going after some kind of a regional application, because then each of them have sort of different levels of uncertainties that you can deal with or you can accept, and then sort of like that actually then controls like what type of observing system we put in place. So I think, I don't necessarily have like a suggestion here, but it really depends on sort of the specific science problem that we need to tackle, and sort of then designing the system that would help us tackle that problem.
All right, thank you. So we have time for maybe one more question, and I think I'll go back to one that Mike posed. What are the biggest barriers to having a larger forecasting community in NACP, or how can we leverage the interdisciplinarity of this community to attack some of these forecasting challenges? I guess the first person to jump in, Anna, go ahead.
I'm sort of going to answer sort of peripherally to your question a little bit, which is, I think that what we need is to think about what type of forecasting is actually most helpful and most useful. There is the pure sort of scientific driven case that we want to build forecasting systems because if we build a forecast and then reality conforms to our forecast, then that gives us a deeper sort of faith in the underlying models, and that is therefore helpful in terms of long-term forecasting. But setting that aside, I think there are use cases where forecasts on the kinds of timescales that Leslie was talking about are actually really useful and actionable, and also provide really nice interfaces with decision makers. And it seems to me that if we spend as a community a bit more time thinking about in what cases and for what applications are forecasts really directly usable, that would be really motivating to the community to think about what data sets we need to put together, what models we need to put together to actually address those immediate needs.
All right, thanks so much. I think we're going to go to Lisa to close.
Okay, thank you so much, Gretchen, and thank you all speakers and co-authors. It was just excellent talks. I want to point you again to the 17 posters in our session that also get to some of these observation prediction linkages. And as with the last oral session, I also want to point out about 33 posters that weren't associated with an oral session, but they cover all kinds of topics, the social aspects of things like livestock, urban plastics, spatial and temporal extremes, droughts, tornadoes, human drivers like drainage and tillage and things like that, and other aspects like forest structure and mercury cycling and so on. So there's a lot of posters out there worth looking at, and we'll be taking a break now for 5 minutes before we come back for some closing sessions. For some report outs and a session on the National Climate Assessment.
Greetings! It's been an exciting series of Carbon Fridays this month. Thanks to all of you for joining us. My name is Gyami Shrestha. I'm the director of the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program Office at the U.S. Global Change Research Program in Washington, D.C. Today, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Betsy Weatherhead, who will speak about the 5th National Climate Assessment. We will take questions via slido.com/NACP after Dr. Weatherhead's presentation. Dr. Betsy Weatherhead serves as the director of the 5th National Climate Assessment. She is a physical scientist at the United States Geological Survey and a fellow of the American Meteorological Society, or AMS. Betsy is an award-winning atmospheric scientist with expertise in Earth observations and data analysis. Prior to this role, she was a senior scientist at the University of Colorado Boulder for over 25 years and more recently worked at Jupiter Intelligence, helping to assess climate risks for large corporations and government. Betsy, thank you for accepting our invitation to speak with us. Betsy, please begin your presentation.
Thank you, Gami, and thank you everyone for permitting me to join you. I think what you're doing is some of the most important work that's going on, and so any way that I can engage you, especially with respect to the National Climate Assessment, I'm happy to try to find that meeting ground. So let me see if I can, there we go. So let me just explain to you where the National Climate Assessment fits in our world. It's part of the U.S. Global Change Research Program. And what is the U.S. Global Change Research Program? It's mandated by Congress. It sort of coordinates the budget across $2.4 billion, all the agencies who are involved in climate change issues. It's led by the Subcommittee on Global Change Research, the SGCR, and it coordinates all global change research across the federal government. For the National Climate Assessment, we are mandated to give a comprehensive and integrated United States research program which will assist the nation and the world to understand, assess, predict, and respond to human-induced and natural processes of global change. So I think you can understand how very important the carbon cycle is to what we're trying to do in USGCRP and the National Climate Assessment more directly. But USGCRP, the U.S. Global Change Research Program, pulls agencies together to work on a number of things: coordinate and advance research, use research results and products to inform decision relating to risk management, deliver products that we're mandated to deliver. In addition to the National Climate Assessment, we produce our Changing Planet and every 10 years a strategic plan for the U.S. We foster international research cooperation. We do not set agency budgets or priorities. We do not issue funding calls. We do not conduct primary research, and we do not develop federal policy. So it's really a sweet spot. We focus on research, but we focus on research that's highly relevant to anyone interested in climate change. USGCRP structure is as this. We're underneath the National Science and Technology Council. Underneath that is the Committee on the Environment. And then there's the subcommittee, as I already mentioned, on global change research, which consists of both the USGCRP interagency groups and terms, but also executive leadership. So we are really closely connected to leadership in the government, which is very nice. We are able to coordinate at high levels across the agencies. USGCRP, there are 11 departments and agencies were specified originally, plus other agencies as appropriate. The current SGCR includes Smithsonian, USAID, and NIST, but participation is not limited to these agencies. We coordinate across the government whenever appropriate, for instance, FEMA, HUD, etc. So I showed you the structure of USGCRP. I want to explain how the National Climate Assessment fits in. Underneath the SGCR, there's the National Climate Assessment Federal Steering Committee, the National Climate Assessment Team, which I lead up. We also work closely with the Technical Support Unit that makes sure that all of our results are traceable, that all of our figures are well done, that the writing is understandable. And then we often have hundreds, literally hundreds of authors, contributors, and reviewers that help make the National Climate Assessment a success. As I mentioned, I'm working on the 5th National Climate Assessment. There have been 4 prior, including the last one, NCA4, which came out in 2 volumes in 2017 and 2018. The first one focusing on the physical sciences, including carbon cycle, and the second one focusing on impacts as well as responses like mitigation and adaptation. The 4th National Climate Assessment, that's the one that has already been completed, summarizes current and future impacts of climate change. So you can now see that we're really relying on disciplines all across climate change, historic observations, future modeling, as well as assessment of attribution and possible responses. Let me talk about the scope of the last National Climate Assessment, because I'm not currently, we haven't finalized the scope of the 5th National Climate Assessment, but we covered drivers, the physical sciences drivers, covered detection and attribution, models, scenarios, projections, large-scale circulation and climate variability, temperature change, precipitation, droughts, a lot of extreme event work, as well as changes in land cover, terrestrial biogeochemistry. We focus at times on our Arctic changes, sea level rise, ocean acidification. And then we look at impacts very heavily. We're called out in the Global Change Research Act to specifically look at impacts. So we look at things such as the water, the energy, land cover and land use, forests, ecosystems, and biodiversity. We're moving more in the direction of rural communities, agriculture, social systems, tribal and indigenous people, U.S. international interests and complex systems. And this is really in response to our recognition, our meaning as a group, as a community interested in climate change, that this is not simply a matter of CO2, methane, et cetera, that there are human beings involved, that their perspectives are important, that they need to be taken into account, that they are as much a part of the system as the molecules and the physical systems that we study. We coordinate all of this and look at focused areas for regional impacts, so taking all the impacts that I just discussed, and then group them together for the most primary and significant impacts by region, Southeast, U.S. Caribbean, Midwest, Northern Great Plains, et cetera. And we even include Alaska, Hawaii, and the U.S. affiliated Pacific, as well as the Caribbean. So we've got a lot of people looking at this and from a number of different ways. And part of the reason for that is that the folks who go to the National Climate Assessment for information are not only the White House and Congress, but also a lot of people at the university level who use the NCA for teaching, interested citizens, municipalities and states. They go here for a synthesis of the latest information that they know they can trust on climate change and their impacts. We also focused in NCA4 on mitigation and adaptation, and I think we can all recognize how that's getting larger as a larger focus as time goes on. And I think it's even appropriate to say that carbon cycle plays an enormous role as we look at mitigation in particular, to really understand whether or not any actions that we take are having a true impact on the carbon cycle in the direction and with the magnitude that we're hoping for. So let me now talk a little bit more specifically about the 5th National Climate Assessment. It's officially underway, and it's heavily based on NCA4. So a lot of what I just said about NCA4, I think you can translate in your head to being a good starting point for thinking of NCA5. We've codified the principles with which we want to operate: authoritative, timely, and to the point, fully compliant, of course, with the Global Change Research Act, policy neutral and policy relevant. Anyone who's been involved in assessments probably recognizes that phrase, policy neutral and policy relevant. I think that that's an important phrase, and we work very hard to stay absolutely true to that. To the best that we can, we are transparent in what we're doing. You will notice that we have several federal registry notices about NCA5 that have already come out, and we will continue to do that in order to let folks know in an official manner how they can engage. We are inclusive. This involves scientists from the government, from academia, from private sector. As I already indicated, we include indigenous voices. We include many perspectives and how we develop NCA 5. And we want it to be valued by authors and by users. And so it is a wonderful opportunity for anyone who might in this meeting want to be involved as an author. It's a wonderful opportunity to be able to understand how carbon cycle fits in across the many disciplines. And we want it to be accessible to the widest possible audience. That's really tricky. It's really tricky to write to experienced scientists and to the layperson as well, but I think we do a pretty fantastic job of getting us most of the way there. So how might you be involved? There are formal roles. There are chapters, chapter leadership teams are being decided now. There are contributing author roles, which we are always accepting people interested in being a contributing author, especially if you have a specific expertise. And we will be doing a Federal Registry notice for reviewers, asking people who are experts in this area if they will step forward and help review. So for information, look to the Federal Registry notices to request comments on drafts and be able to see how we're developing and give your input. I want to stress that when we ask for input through these notices, we really mean it. We read every comment and we often respond, especially when there's more than one or two comments in a particular direction. We've done it in the past. I expect we'll be doing it in the future. So if you want to stay in touch, please stay in touch and we'll let you know when those go out. So we do have CMIP 6 going on, Climate Modeling Intercomparison Project. We have more modeling groups, more scenarios. We've got better cloud and aerosol processes, improved Greenland and Antarctic processes. We have realistic teleconnections and oscillations. We still have very few analyses of CMIP 6 results in the peer-reviewed literature, and we do derive most of what we get from peer-reviewed literature. So we're looking for that, and even IPCC AR6 is having a challenge getting as much from that as we can. We use downscaling in the National Climate Assessment. We do, GCMs are often too coarse to look at the impacts, and as I let you know before, the impacts of climate change is incredibly important to us. So given that GCMs are a little too coarse for spatial resolution, for adaptation, resilience, and microeconomics, we are working actively to go straight from emission scenarios through GCMs, through climate projections, to observe climate and with downscaling results. So you can already see where carbon cycle fits in here. But again, as I know, the carbon community uses statistical downscaling and dynamical downscaling. We're looking for verification and demonstration that the techniques that we used are reliable and respected and applicable throughout the broad area that the National Climate Assessment covers. When I say broad area, I mean the broad topic area as well as the broad geographic area, making sure that we can really rely on the results. So your expertise is appreciated, incorporated, and valued. Access to climate data, we have CMIP 5, continental US statistically downscaled data. We have global data. We have online access to data, and CMIP 6 downscaling data is coming soon. So we have a wealth of information to rely on to try to compress all of this into the most important issues for the National Climate Assessment is one of our challenges, and we actively seek guidance from the scientific community on how best to do this. Of course, we're going to be using SACR2. Oh my gosh, what a contribution. What an amazing, impressive contribution. And personally, as the director of the National Climate Assessment, I'm so grateful that SACR2 exists. It automatically has done so much of the synthesis that we need. To the extent possible, we're going to be, and I also appreciated how it was policy relevant without being policy prescriptive. To the extent possible, we're going to be pointing to SACR2 and other similar documents and bringing out the best of it, highlighting the best of SACR2, as well as updating it for anything that's recent coming out that we really feel builds off of what is already such a great contribution. I just genuinely want to thank anyone who worked on SACR2. It is terrifically helpful. Let me press on with what's new for the 5th National Climate Assessment, because as I said, we're building very strongly from NCA 4, but as we also notify the community in the federal notices, that we are doing a few additional emphases. So we're doing an additional emphasis on economics in NCA 5. Not exactly sure how that will look like, but I can tell you that we're reaching out across the federal government and across academia to try to make sure we include the best of it. This, by the way, the identification of economics has been broadly saluted and applauded by our federal partners. Enormous more focus on social sciences, and I couldn't be more grateful for that. I think that's absolutely terrific, both in terms of observing climate change, prioritizing climate change, as well as coming up with solutions or ways to address climate change. Social science in its many forms, whether it's anthropology, sociology, or any of the humanities, helps us make sure that we're addressing the issue and scoping the issue appropriately. We're getting great advice on the social sciences aspect, but we still want more voices at the table. And for the 5th NCA, we're really looking for increased emphasis on both adaptation and mitigation. I think those of us who have been in the community a while can recognize that we've been describing climate change and summarizing climate change and updating the most recent research for quite a while. And I think there's just increased movement towards looking at appropriate adaptation, appropriate mitigation, and that's where the science really comes in, where the science has to be the foundation for any decisions that are made on these issues. So we're trying to gather all the science possible. Some of you may be aware that I've been sharing the mitigation, the renewable energy efforts at AGU every year for the last 8 years. I hope it'll be 9 years this year. And I know that this community as well has brought together so much new information in the last couple of years that can be policy relevant, that I hope we can pull that all together and really highlight that in this 5th National Climate Assessment. All of these things for new foci have been explained through the Federal Registry notices, and I hope that you guys will now be aware of how important those methods are for our communication across the entire community. Impacts modeling. We start off going from climate model output to dynamic downscaling, atmospheric chemistry modeling, human health impacts, and right on to valuation of mortality and morbidity. This is just one example of all the many issues that we're talking about in terms of impact science in the National Climate Assessment. Each of them has a similar modeling chain. So we have to engage an awful lot of people in order to make sure that we're making the best choices throughout. Again, that's a plea for those of you in this meeting who are interested to participate, because I think it can help you understand where carbon cycle science is fitting in across a variety of different applications. But one more plea as to why you might want to engage. To inform the national dialogue, I think would be the main one. I think that our science is relevant. We need to just explain it and get it out there in ways that people can understand its relevance. You can build your professional community and make connections. I've been involved in a number of assessments over my career, and I have to tell you that every single time it helps me choose which science questions I want to address next, because I can recognize, you didn't know that, or that's where I can help. It's really a great way to build your community, but also help focus your mind and help you decide where you want to contribute as a scientist. It'll help you connect with stakeholders in the broader public. We do a lot of public engagement, both during the development of the National Climate Assessment and afterwards. And there's always the opportunity to generate derivative products after the National Climate Assessment is done, journal articles, course materials, etc., which if you've been involved in NCA 5, you'll be just also ready to plow forward on this. So my last slide here is that I just want to give one last plea to focus on the National Climate Assessment and consider your role in it. Because what we do is we evaluate and synthesize all available information to the best that we can. The best that we can means that we are relying on the public, on our fellow scientists, the broad community, to help us with that synthesis and identification. The 5th National Climate Assessment is underway, and I encourage your involvement. Economics and social sciences play a large role in how we address climate change, and therefore we're including it to a higher level in this NCA. Adaptation and mitigation are increasingly important and relevant to society, and there's so much important science going on with that, particularly in my mind with respect to carbon cycling. Understanding fluxes on a regional basis is going to be critical to evaluating our mitigation strategies. And involvement is through the federal registry notices, but there are other ways that perhaps you can reach out and participate. But full participation across, whether it's authorship, whether it's reviewing, whether it's just giving us suggestions or making us aware of materials, all of that is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. This is a very informative presentation, and we appreciate it a lot. So Dr. Libby Larson and I will take turns asking questions that we received via slido.com/NACP. So the first question for Dr. Betsy Weatherhead is from Kevin Bowman from NASA JPL. Do you see a role for subsequent national climate assessments to support the objectives of the global stocktake for the Paris Agreement?
I can well imagine that. I don't think it would be a part of the National Climate Assessment, but I could well imagine the U.S. Global Change Research Program being asked to address those questions. And I can imagine them being asked to do it in a focused way. The National Climate Assessment is one way that we can address really important questions, but when we have a timely issue, and perhaps this would fall into that category, it's not for me to decide. When we have a really timely issue, the special reports, I think, are possibly the better way to go. But that is something that's decided above my pay grade. And I think we just have to wait and see how that unfolds. I can see the value of that. It's just, it's for Congress and others to decide what they find to be most pressing.
Betsy, you mentioned that that one way for people to help if they were not authors was to serve as an official reviewer. I feel like I remember in the prior NCA that there was also a way for people to provide comments on the draft without necessarily serving as a reviewer. Will that be an option available as well this time around?
Absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, as we did in one of, made note of in one of our federal registry notices, I think the first one that came out last summer, is that we're hoping to share our 0th order draft publicly and identify what we're hoping to look at and what the direction we're going in. And that's a wonderful time for everyone to jump in and say, hey, you're missing this, or hey, I think you need to put more emphasis on another topic, and be able to offer it, or even just seeing the 0th order draft and saying, you're addressing that, you should be aware of this report or this IPCC document. We may already be aware of it, but it doesn't hurt to just make sure it's on our radar screen.
Thank you, Betsy. I have a question. Based on your own impressive past experience in academia, government, and industry, could you provide your own perspective on the future of carbon cycle science, Earth observations, data analysis, and climate change, as well as climate change assessments?
Wow, that was like 6 questions, I think. Let me choose my favorite of those, if you don't mind. And I'm only speaking as myself individually. You asked the question based on my career, and I think that we're absolutely in a renaissance of of Earth observations right now. I think we have rarely been in a place where our ability to observe the Earth has exploded as much as it has in the last decade or 2. We are having unmanned aircraft. We are having underwater unmanned vehicles looking at targeted efforts. We've got GRACE and GRACE follow-on giving us up to the minute identification of how the cryosphere is changing. We are having our cell phones telling us what the pressure is on a meter by meter basis in densely populated areas. We have actually reversed our statement on whether certain species are extinct because people have taken pictures of butterflies with their phones and demonstrated that we have more species maybe than what we had originally thought. So we're in a renaissance. I think we've been in a renaissance 2 other times. The first one was with World War II when radar was developed and we could actually observe without physically being there. That was really set up or developed in support of World War II. We had a renaissance in around 1970 when satellites really started giving us useful observations. And that was almost a, geez, isn't this interesting what we can do with satellites? Wow, let's see what we can do there. And now with this explosion of so many different techniques coming from federal government, academia, private sector, we have microsatellites. We have so much going on. I'd like to see this renaissance with Earth observations be dictated or guided by we as scientists, sort of identifying our most challenging problems and letting all the ingenuity that's just flourishing right now come forward in response to those problems. So I just think it's an exciting, exciting time. And I really think we're going to look back and 15 years, 20 years and go, oh my gosh, what happened in this time period in terms of expansion of our ability to observe the Earth.
Thanks, Betsy.
Okay, so we have another question that says, does USGCRP have a newsletter for general audiences for announcements? I don't know that I want to remember to wade through lots of FRNs to find the right ones for when they come out.
We do, and in addition to that, we have a Twitter account, and I made the mistake of not putting those links on my last slide, so I apologize for that. Gammy, if I get that to you, can you circulate?
Yes, the Twitter account for the USGCRP is @USGCRP, and if you go to globalchange.gov, anyone can find a link to subscribe to the USGCRP newsletter. Additionally, we will also circulate these announcements via the NACP newsletters and the US Carbon Program newsletters. So please follow us also. Okay, so Betsy, one last question. What from the viewers? What questions will the USGCRP take for the authorship of this NCA, of this National Climate Assessment, to be truly inclusive? Will minoritized scientists be part of the lead authors or contributors?
Yep. So what we're doing more this time around, we're doing a lot to try to make it more inclusive, but we are also constrained by federal regulations and rules about things. I want to remind you that we're pulling in Indigenous voices in a very specific way, just as we did for NCA4. But we also are including social sciences, so it's not like you need a PhD in physical sciences to be involved. To avoid certain types of regulations, we can't be very prescriptive about who's allowed into chapters, but the chapter teams are encouraged to be large. Again, one of the things we're doing differently this time around is we are often having multiple agencies coordinate the efforts for any one chapter. So we're trying to get, maybe your best connections are with NASA, maybe they're with NOAA, maybe they're with the National Science Foundation. And we're trying to make sure we pull from the broadest range of expertise as possible. With respect to minorities, we did an absolutely fantastic job, I think, on NCA4. When you look at the demographics of how many women, how many early careers, how many minorities, I think they more than represented the scientific community at large. So I hope that we will be able to continue that strong tradition. We have already been addressing it, and I think we will be addressing it through to the final day to make sure that we have the right mix of people, and more importantly, making sure that everyone feels welcome to contribute as they best feel they want to contribute. So please put yourself forward. All voices are needed on such an important and complicated issue.
Thank you, Betsy. On that inclusive note, we're going to wrap up this session. And again, thanks, Betsy, for this, for your candid remarks and for this helpful presentation. We all look forward to be part of the process with you. Thanks, Betsy. And Libby and Larson, so for moderating, co-moderating. And I believe the next part of this afternoon or meeting is the report out from the different breakout groups. So let's move to that.
Yes, so I believe we have that queued up to just start now. So everybody stay on the line. Thanks.
Greetings, my name is Grant Domke, and I'll be providing the recap on the carbon cycle reanalysis breakout session from a few weeks ago as part of the NACP Open Science meeting, which was co-chaired by myself, Kevin Schaefer, and Yiqi Liu. We opened the session by defining what we meant by reanalysis in general terms, and then took a bit deeper dive on how we interpreted reanalysis being applied within the carbon cycle. So broadly speaking, reanalysis is a method for developing a comprehensive record of how weather and climate are changing using observations and models to simulate aspects of the Earth system to generate a synthesized estimate of the state of the entire system over time. And a few example applications from the meteorological and climate spaces might be monitoring and comparing current weather or climate conditions with those of the past, or identifying the causes of climate variations and change over time, or preparing some of these data for use in climate predictions moving forward or looking forward. More specifically to the session though, carbon cycle reanalysis are the methods for developing comprehensive characterizations of how the carbon cycle is changing over time. The format for our session was, we kept it pretty short, about 50 minutes to an hour, and it did run a little bit long, but that was because we had a really engaged group. And the idea was to use this list format with a single question posed to the group, where each participant was invited to share their top 1 or 2 responses based on this, the question that we posed. So we had about 25 participants and received about 50 responses. The question we asked of the group was, what issues must the North American Carbon Program resolve to create an operational carbon cycle reanalysis? And what we learned through this was that there's a lot to unpack in terms of the need for reanalysis, including the data available and the needs for data to support reanalysis, the methods to characterize how the carbon cycle across the total environment and within specific spheres is changing in space and through time, and how those characterizations, which could be represented by data or products or syntheses, support research, applications, and decisions. So with those nearly 50 responses, we did see some convergence and really sort of summarize them here into 3 broad topical areas. And we've put together a document that we'll share with the NACP Science Leadership Group with all of the responses so that they can sort of get a better handle on how what role NACP might play moving forward. So the first question, or the first sort of response that bubbled to the top, can broadly be summarized as establishing the need for carbon cycle reanalysis, including the applications, data products, domains, understanding, and decision support. So we must know the target audience. Who are we doing this reanalysis for? Who wants this reanalysis, and why? And how will this reanalysis be done? You know, all of this is important context to better understand what role NACP plays in carbon cycle reanalysis. There's also a need to define the spatial and temporal extent of the reanalysis. Is it just the land? Is it ocean and land? Is it ocean, land, atmosphere? Where do we start and stop these reanalyses? And it was acknowledged that this could really be an iterative process. It doesn't need to start and stop at one defined point, but you need to start somewhere. We must identify observations, estimates, and predictions to support reanalysis. And specifically, we must leverage observations for comparison optimization and acknowledge that there are challenges due to disturbance, land change, and other perturbations that happen in the Earth system that limit observations or that require observations at different spatial or temporal scales. We must distinguish between modeled products and empirical observations. and we must be clear on the assumptions and inputs. And then related to those, we must have timely delivery of upstream products, such as inputs, observations for data assimilation and modeling, and make that accessible to a broad audience. And then finally, the sort of third high-level topic was we must advance methods for reanalysis and specifically data assimilation and modeling. So there was a lot of discussion around ensembles of models that sort of characterize or incorporate much of the variation in processes and pools or stocks within pools. We must come up with reanalysis frameworks that align with different model configurations, some which might be simple or some which might be quite complex, representing many different processes, and how we reconcile those simple versus complex representations. And then we must be better at integrating systems to include multiple sources of data as constraints, and we must consider how to weigh these constraints and merge atmospheric models with biosphere models and the ocean, as well as the boundaries between these. And this includes both top-down as well as bottom-up approaches. So with that, I'd like to thank the NACP and my co-chairs, Kevin Schaefer and Yichi Liu, for a great session. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have Grant here to be able to answer any questions from the audience. As a reminder, to do that, use the Slido, and also there is the live poll that is simultaneously going on as well. Grant, I had a question for you about what happens between now and the next NACP with respect to carbon cycle reanalysis? Are the people who are working on these connected up enough with each other to sort of continue to make progress, or is there something that NACP as a group can do to sort of like amplify and facilitate, make that happen faster?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, one of the things we spent quite a bit of time talking about as a group was what is the need and how can NACP facilitate sort of addressing some of the needs around carbon cycle reanalysis. And so I do think that there are opportunities to better engage members of this community. So just, I think the fact that we had a breakout session on reanalysis was a great starting point. We had about 25 people, really engaged folks who provided a lot of feedback. But, you know, we spent a lot of time on the front end just describing, first of all, what is reanalysis? What would it take? Or what do we need from NACP to better engage this community or just establish this community and let people know that there are opportunities or repositories to provide data, to engage with model intercomparisons or ensembles. And so, yeah, I think there are a variety of opportunities. One of the things I think I mentioned in the overview was that we've got this long list of responses, which we've tried to summarize both in the presentation, but also in sort of a Word format that we will be sharing with the NACP SLG, so that we at least have a starting point in terms of where we might go from here and how we might engage this community or establish some priorities within NACP at the SLG level.
That's great. Okay, well, we don't have any other questions at the moment, so if the audience will just hang on, we will get set up for the next report out, which is Erica Podest from JPL.
Hi, my name is Erica Podest, and I'm from JPL. And this session was co-chaired together with Iris Anderson from Virginia Institute of Marine Science. The session was titled Exploring Linkages Between Carbon Cycle and Biodiversity in North American Ecosystems. So the structure of the session was that we had two speakers at the beginning to kind of set the context on that relationship between biodiversity and carbon for terrestrial ecosystems and for ocean systems. And so these two presenters were Dr. Rebecca Shaw, she's the chief scientist at WWF, and she discussed biodiversity carbon related to terrestrial ecosystems, stressing on the importance of biodiversity as a nature-based solution for climate mitigation. And then Dr. Deborah Steinberg, she's a professor of marine science and she's the chair in the Department of Biological Sciences at Virginia Institute of Marine Science. She discussed the ocean biological pump and the role of biodiversity in carbon sequestration through fecal matter. So we had about 25 attendees. These two presentations set the context. So we were looking at identifying knowledge gaps and data gaps related to biodiversity and carbon. And so we came up with the list both in ocean and terrestrial systems. And these were kind of the salient points that we identified for ocean processes. So one of the things that Dr. Steinberg discussed was the role of the Gulf Stream on the biological pump and biodiversity in the North Atlantic. So she really did stress the need for time series data. Also, how will the abundance, diversity, and size range of plankton shift as the ocean warms? So, for example, when you have fewer and smaller copepods, how does that affect their fecal pellets? And is that so that's a mechanism for moving carbon to the deep water. Okay, so the other one related to warming and climate change is how will warming or ocean acidification increase the blooms of gelatinous organisms? So there's been indication that you have these enormous blooms of gelatinous organisms because they do prefer slightly more acid conditions. And so you have these die-offs and you have these really large areas at the bottom of and the ocean floor of these organisms. And so how does that play a role in ocean cycling? Also, what is the role of higher trophic levels such as fishes or gelatinous zooplankton in ocean carbon cycle? How do processes in the ocean mesopelagic zone, that's the twilight zone, affect carbon storage in the ocean? So again, here Dr. Steinberg stressed the importance of time series data to document change and validate models. And then finally, this is more of a coastal. How did terrestrial carbon flows support and influence biodiversity along coastal margins in the ocean? And what can be done to better manage these flows to support carbon storage? And then for terrestrial processes, we also identified a number of different gaps in knowledge. What trends need to be reversed with regard to biodiversity to support functioning of ecosystems and carbon sequestration? And what should be the most important consideration regarding response to loss of a habitat versus resilience, restoration versus resilience? So is it better, for example, to plant a palm forest that can rapidly sequester carbon, but might be less resilient than a diverse forest? So this is more along the lines of where are the relationships between carbon and biodiversity positive and negative? Okay, so biodiversity increases resilience, but not necessarily carbon storage. How true is that? How do environmental factors impact resilience versus carbon storage? And there's several initiatives that were mentioned that propose to mitigate climate change. For example, there's a Half Earth initiative by E.O. Wilson, and then there's also the 30-30 movement by the Wilderness Society. So how should sites be chosen to maximize outcomes? So the Half Earth initiative, it proposes to focus on 50% of the planet. So it's a matter of really being able to inform as to what is the right 50%. Soils hold 4 times as much carbon as plant biomass in terrestrial systems. What are the implications of microbial biodiversity in soils to carbon sequestration? And what are the best strategies for responding to habitat loss from extreme events such as wildfires or hurricanes, which are things that we will see more of? And then how are invasive species affecting biodiversity, and can this change affect the ability of ecosystems to store carbon? And finally, do a certain level of plant diversity increase carbon accumulation, and does this differ between different ecosystems like grasslands, forests, and wetlands? And in addition to that, let me just go back, there's also the issue of variability. So we will be seeing more variability in our climate in the future. So what is the role of biodiversity to lessen ecosystem response to this climate variability? The take-home messages were that we currently lack sufficient knowledge about the relationship between carbon and biodiversity in both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. We do know some, but there's a lot that we yet do not know. Of particular interest are the effects of climate change on the relationship between biodiversity and carbon sequestration, especially in the long-term storage of carbon. So that's kind of a big unknown. We know a lot more about the short-term storage of carbon, but what is that long-term storage of carbon? Climate mitigation actions should account for the role of biodiversity in the storage of carbon, and this is a really important one in order to meet the Paris Accord agreements and all of these mechanisms are in place to try to keep temperature within 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. And then there is also a need for better models and better monitoring to detect changes over longer time scales. So the recommendations are that different US programs should consider calls directly addressing these linkages between carbon and biodiversity. Thank you, and thank you very much. And Iris Anderson, she also co-chaired this session. She's online. Would you like to add anything, Iris?
Pardon me? What?
Would you like to add anything?
No, good job, Erica.
Okay.
We realized after the breakout session how much we didn't know and what was remaining to learn, what was remaining to focus on.
So we do have a question from Gammy asking about how can carbon cycle scientists coordinate and collaborate with biodiversity practitioners such as IPBES or other policymakers? How can they do that better? Did your group discuss that, or do you have suggestions?
Do you want to go ahead?
You go ahead, Iris.
So how can we improve coordination? I mean, that's one of the things NACP is good at doing, is trying to pull people together. One of the things we know is that there's not much communication between the ocean world and the terrestrial world. We read different journals, go to different conferences, and yet we know there's a continuum terrestrial to the ocean, and there needs to be more emphasis put on that continuum.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this wasn't specifically discussed on how to better forge these relationships, but I think NACP could certainly help in the sense, or by emphasizing the importance of these relationships right now and how little we know, and the importance of really trying to work together.
Okay, I think that's great. We have another question that says, Tom Bianchi's talk suggested links between extinctions and migrations on marine carbon burial. Did you see other relevant examples?
I think it's not just extinctions, the ranges of the various, at least especially, well, not just in the ocean, terrestrial also, the ranges of all of the organisms are changing. And that certainly changes what's buried in, or what's buried in sediment, soils. in the ocean, on the coastal ocean, for example, if you have benthic organisms, as they move, that greatly changes organic input to the sediments. So I agree with Tom. I think that he made a very good point, but it's not just extinctions.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned the benthic part, because right as I was asking the question, whoever authored the question edited it to include benthic especially. So they were right along your mind thinking the same thing. I think with that, we need to move on to the next breakout report. Thank you both so much for shepherding that activity, and I look forward to future ways that we can continue to sort of build on that, especially given how little we do know about those connections. Okay, so next, everybody hang tight, and we have a recording from Molly Brown and the group that she led.
Hi, so today I am going to talk about the breakout group entitled Working with Boundary Organizations to Extend Impact and Influence Policy. It was myself, Peter Griffith, Giami Shrestha, and Jessica Cross who participated in most of the time that we had together. So what is a boundary organization? It's an organization which provides the opportunity and sometimes incentives for the creation and use of data and packages by actors in science and policy as well. They're often professionals who serve a mediating role. They also exist at the frontier of the two relatively different social worlds of politics and science, but they have accountability to each. A policy is a law, regulation, procedure, administrative action, incentive, or voluntary practice of governments and other institutions. So we began by talking about Project Drawdown. It is an organization which presents the 100 easiest ways to reduce carbon emissions. It has grown substantially in the last few years. NACP has been engaged with it with regard to the national climate assessments. They focus on offsets. They look at carbon removal technologies, policies resulting from data, and they really are focused on immediate solutions. The director of partnerships is Crystal Chiselle, and NACP could think about engaging in projects which focus on ecosystem processes or augmenting carbon storage, soils, and trees. They also co-organize the National Council for Science and Environment Conference, which is held every year, and they do a great number of different kinds of policy engagement via facilitated meetings. Other organizations that could be of interest are the Nature Conservancy, SUTMA, which is the soil use and management on the urban soil system. NASA itself has a set of boundary organizations which include other US agencies such as the US Department of Agriculture, NOAA, and other federal agencies which are operational, such as the Forest Service, USGS, National Weather Service, etc. So NACP could be a venue to discuss interagency operational and sustained support of the carbon system within all of these operational agencies. Another big topic of discussion was carbon dioxide removal, or CDR. It refers to the intentional removal of CO2 from the atmosphere, and at the moment, there's a lot of congressional interest, private interest, and scientific interest in CDR. And therefore, a boundary organization that may be of interest, for example, is Energy Futures Initiative, a nonprofit in DC focused on energy technology policy and business models. So the NACP ought to spend more time focused on CDR and how satellite data and other data can be used to engage when, where, and how effective each strategy is. the role in engaging NACP can also play a much more active role in engaging planning, funding, et cetera. For example, the CCIWG used to write many 5 to 10 page papers, which will help highlight approaches and funding opportunities. For example, the Mid-Continent Intensive, the Indianapolis Flux, Urban Flux Study, MISTI MIP, Model Intercomparison, the Coastal Carbon Synthesis, and many others were born of these 5 to 10 page white papers, which CCIWG then considered and co-funded using formal structures such as Rose's calls. The NACP could return to developing such white papers and engage with boundary organizations to understand how the structure and the program of record can engage at the policy science interface. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Molly. I'm glad that you're here with us to answer some questions. We don't have any yet from the audience, but I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on, you mentioned in your talk about NASA in many ways relying on other agencies as their sort of boundary organizations for the work that they do.
Right. So I wanted to, we spent quite a bit of time talking about how all those, like NASA, for example, thinks of itself as very much a research production agency. It can work with other federal agencies like the Weather Service or the Forest Service, and they then act as boundary organizations to the ultimate users of information. Or, for example, the EPA has some really strong teeth for, determining fishing policy, which can be extremely controversial. And therefore, NASA provides satellite data or process understanding, which then the EPA uses, which then it can provide policy, and then local organizations are the ultimate end users. So boundary organizations can be anything, can be very diverse or, yeah.
Do you think is there like a particular boundary organization that your dream wish existed for NACP? Like what would that look like?
Oh, fascinating. So for me, I think that what we would like is we would need a large diversity of boundary organizations because each one will have its own community. So if you think about like urban areas, right, they would have the air quality organizations or people doing land planning, or you could have organizations working with electrical agencies. But Gianni, what do you think? She was there.
Yeah, we had some very related, exciting discussions, and I would complement what Molly just said. And this is my personal view again, not representing my organization. I would love to have a boundary organization with different teams, as Molly pointed, that can act as an incubator for different communities, for different priorities. But to accelerate innovation as a boundary organization that's super inclusive, but that is inclusive but also innovative, and also that can act quickly on the need of the day.
Very well put.
Okay. Well, I think unless either of you have any other further thoughts, we can go ahead and wrap up a little bit early and move on to the next report out, which I believe is a recording as well. Thank you both so much for sharing your thoughts on this very important topic.
The impacts of hydrologic disturbances from extreme events such as tropical storms and wildfires on fluxes of organic material and associated carbon and nutrients across the aquatic continuum are poorly constrained. Since these events can mobilize large amounts of material over a very short period of time, they have the potential to alter carbon and nutrient cycling in coastal and inland waters and cause major and often lasting ecosystem disruptions that impact coastal communities. The Ocean Carbon and Biogeochemistry, or OCB Network, has been collaborating with NACP and the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program for several years to address key science questions at the land-ocean interface, a critical epicenter of carbon cycling and transformation. Right around the time of the second State of the Carbon Cycle report, or SOCR2, the three programs formed a scientific task team with expertise spanning the aquatic continuum to foster community building and scientific exploration of high-priority research areas. Given our limited capacity to measure the impact of these events along the aquatic continuum, and the knowledge that just one of these events can deliver an enormous load of carbon and nutrients, we were motivated to build research, observing, and modeling capacity in our community. To set the stage for our discussion, we convened a mini-series of webinars that highlighted specific storm and wildfire events. Our breakout session brought together around 12 core participants, with a few others dropping in and out throughout our session. I want to especially acknowledge my co-conveners and presenters here. The aims of our breakout session were as follows. We needed to get down to the basics, to establish the fundamental driving processes behind the mobilization and transport of organic matter. This required us to develop a simplified conceptual framework, which Chris will talk about next. We talked about observations. What do we have? What do we need? This discussion really honed in on the necessary time and space scales, a range of available and emerging platforms, and an integrated network approach. Chris will also share a slide about this. We discussed the need for modeling approaches to provide a more dynamic framework for static and often limited sets of observations. Through the application of models, we can start to assess changes and fluxes across critical interfaces and identify ecological thresholds and tipping points that are especially valuable in supporting resource management. Joey will be sharing a slide about this. And woven all throughout our discussion of how to better characterize and quantify the biogeochemical and ecological impacts of extreme events was the critical link to management and decision support. For example, who are the key stakeholders we need to engage to ensure the development of useful decision support tools as we undertake research and observing programs focused on extreme events?
Okay, for the conceptual framework, we discussed adapting the soil pumping hydrologic schematics that span the aquatic continuum in terms of both water, carbon, and nutrient transport. So something like the pulse shunt concept. And we conceptualize this as something we call seesaw. And the seesaw here, you can see this is a change in OC concentration, or organic carbon concentration, that incorporates a buildup, and then an event comes through like a hurricane, and then you have a loss of that material, build up again, and subsequent events. And so the idea here is that things like hydrologic connectivity of wetlands in the riparian zone, sea level rise, and flushing of wetlands in the coastal zone. The organic carbon that's stored there in soils and sediments gets translocated and released after these events down to receiving waters, where the residence time is going to be a key factor. And so the new ideas that we came up here is that the degradation and replacement occurs on both ends. So we're curious to see what we can understand about how plant communities, vegetation type, and productivity can replace this organic carbon both in the landscape as well as replacement based on carbon and nutrients transported into the estuary, and how that balances out degradation along this gradient of residence time. Along with that, we also discussed the need for observations and especially increasing our capacity for biogeochemical storm chasing. So we built this on the meteorological model, that is how meteorologists go out and do storm chasing, and how they were able to put together regional networks of observations. And so we advocate for a similar type of approach, and that would include making terrestrial fluxes like tower-based measurements in addition to lateral fluxes. And so you can imagine these rapid response teams would be activated and deployed after the events pass through when conditions allow, using perhaps a variety of observational platforms as well as Eulerian and Lagrangian observations to capture the second, minute, hour scale measurements after these events that might otherwise be obscured. And just to give an example of that is looking at the effect of the extent of cloud cover after Hurricane Florence in 2018, and it took roughly 5 or so days of time before conditions cleared that we could see this from satellites. So the point being that we would want to be able to go out and collect the key observations that would be missed from space-based remote sensing.
Another thing that we discussed in our session was modeling applications, and specifically how you translate observational approaches to models. One of the highest priority components we identified was organic matter delivery to fluvial networks. And what we currently have are these yield relationships under more normal conditions, and what we need to do are extend these out to extreme conditions so we can see where there are thresholds and how cumulative events might influence these relationships. So back-to-back cyclones or fires followed by intense rain events. And there's several practical approaches to doing this. An example is on the right, which is somewhat of a traditional catchment or watershed model. This can be done in the forward direction by measuring the contribution from individual land uses, or in the inverse direction by measuring at a pour point and working backwards. But the critical element here is that it has to be done at a high frequency that's designed specifically to measure the timescales of extreme events. Another priority that we identified were fluxes during events, because there's some processes that you just can't practically measure during extreme conditions. And so one option we discussed to fill in the data gaps was building a model based on data from a comprehensive observation network in estuaries. And what this allows us to do is to establish proxies for specific fluxes. So when one instrument is removed and we're missing data, that can be filled in based on that modeled relationship. And then also we can bring in mass balance approaches and chemical and biomarkers as a validation for the specific process model and what it simulates during extreme events.
Towards the end of our time together, we discussed potential community mechanisms such as workshops, special sessions, and other funded activities to bring together these interested groups to co-develop knowledge. For example, OCB is partnering with US CLIVAR later this year to convene a workshop focused on marine ecological forecasting. Also, every summer, OCB releases a solicitation for workshop and small group activity proposals to push new research areas forward. Given the networking potential of programs like OCB, NACP, and the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program, we can also facilitate collaborative networks in heavily impacted areas such as the East and Gulf Coasts and the West Coast that are equipped to monitor and study extreme events and better leverage rapid response funding opportunities such as the NSF Rapid and opportunities within NASA. Something like this could also benefit from a more formalized structure, such as a research coordination network. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, both Heather and Chris, for shepherding that discussion. And it's actually been part of, some longer interactions that have been growing between NACP and OCB over the past year, especially. And we don't have any questions for the audience, but I don't know if either of you have any closing words about ways in which we can, sort of continue to expand our interactions and collaborations.
I am really excited to keep, so a couple of years ago, I think I mentioned this in the report out, there was the formation, I think it followed on the heels of Soccer 2, there was this formation of a science leadership or science focus group between NACP and OCB, and I'd really like to see us continue to enrich and grow that group and the kinds of activities it does and the kinds of research that it can foster, because I think that work on extreme events could really find a good home in that group. because we have that expertise spanning the full continuum. And if we can continue to foster opportunities through that, I think it's a really nice mechanism and partnership between NACP, US Carbon Cycle Science Program, and OCB. So I'm looking forward to that a lot. And it was a really fun conversation.
Yes, absolutely. And for those in the audience, anyone who is interested in joining that group should absolutely feel free to reach out to either myself or to Heather, and we can get you on the email list. I think that aside from the workshops, the group itself has not met in a while, largely because of sort of ramping up for this meeting. But there is obviously a lot of need for this. Oh, here's a question that comes in. It says, where can we learn more about OCB US Clivar Marine Ecological Forecasting Workshop?
Could I drop a link in the chat?
It doesn't.
Or
No.
okay.
If you do, I can transfer it over to the slide. Oh, yes.
Yeah, have them email me directly, because we haven't set up the website for this yet.
Okay.
It's in its infantile stages, but it's a joint workshop between US Clivar and OCB that will bring together communities, and I really anticipate extreme events being an important focus of that
Yes.
meeting. So,
and so to find Heather's contact information, you can go to the US OCB website. I think it's us-ocb.org.
.org, yep. And I'm in the participant list for this meeting, so you can find my email there as well.
Yes. Okay, well, we are out of time. Thank you both so much. We now have a break before we get to the second round of breakout report outs. And thank you for joining us. Everybody hang tight.
Thank
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And for the second round of reports from the breakout groups that met over the past couple weeks. And now we have number 5, carbon cycle metrics for assessing model performance. Hang tight and we'll get the recording playing.
Hello, this is a breakout report for breakout session 5 on carbon cycle metrics for assessing model performance. I'm Forrest Hoffman, and I was assisted by Min Xu, both from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And this meeting was on March 19th at 4:30 p.m. We set up a breakout session Google Drive area to collect information and have full detailed breakout session notes at the URL shown here. Presentations and subsequent discussion are summarized below. The presentation focused on the International Land Model Benchmarking Package and how it's used, and that presentation is available at the URL shown. We had 7 participants in the breakout session and a very nice discussion. As a part of the presentation, we discussed how ILAM can be used to evaluate models and the kinds of metrics and data sets that it contains. One of the examples in the presentation included an evaluation and comparison of CMIP-5 versus CMIP-6 land models. And what we saw was that the performance of the CMIP-6 suite of land models has improved over the suite of CMIP-5 land models with regard to a number of the variables that we evaluated for biogeochemistry and ecosystem and carbon cycle, for the hydrologic cycle, for radiation and energy, as well as the forcings, which suggests that the Earth system models actually generated better forcing in CMIP-6 than in CMIP-5. And with regard to relationships, the multi-model mean on the far right side in white headings outperforms any single model for each of the suites for both CMIP-5 and CMIP-6. And the best model overall was the CMIP-6 land model, as we see at the right. There was a subsequent discussion about ILAM and metrics. And the first question was with regard to ILAM being more than just a collection of observational data and whether or not there was a tutorial available. So the link to the tutorial information is provided at the URL shown here. We discussed what kinds of carbon cycle metrics are available now in ILAM. It currently evaluates biogeochemistry, hydrology, energy, various forcing variables, and carbon cycle variables include biomass, burned area, CO2 variability, leaf area index, global net ecosystem carbon balance, net ecosystem exchange, and ecosystem respiration. There's also a question regarding connecting with the modeling and observational communities. So we think that ILAM identifies potential model weaknesses and provides quantitative information to inform future model development. It also brings some scrutiny to the commonly used data sets that modelers use to evaluate the fidelity of their models. There was a question about how ILAM uses data from FluxNet observations. By default, ILAM intersects the space and time of the simulation output with the available observational data. So for FluxNet, individual grid cells are extracted and compared directly with those point observations. Of course, we recognize there are scaling and representativeness issues in doing this, but ILAM doesn't currently address those challenges. But a variety of data sets derived by globally extrapolating FluxNet observations are also included in ILAM for comparison with simulation results. There was a question about ILAM being open to including other data sets, and of course it is. And that was really the purpose of the breakout session and discussion, as we're interested in learning about new data sets that and new kinds of metrics that we can bring to the package. We'd like a way to evaluate models for multi-model synthesis activities. This issue was brought up by one of the participants. And so the question was asked if it's appropriate to use ILAM to characterize these models. And the answer is yes. So a number of groups that conduct regular multi-model syntheses and model intercomparison projects actually use it do a first look at the results of submitted model output. There was a question regarding extent of the evaluation. So ILAM evaluates and scores models for individual regions as well as for the whole globe. Right now, the data are at a half-degree resolution. So if someone's interested in a particularly small region, it may not be appropriate to use ILAM without incorporating some additional data set. Additional land masks can be added to ILAM to isolate and evaluate a region of particular interest. Additional topics that we had in discussion were if people were aware of new data sets and if there was interest in a future benchmarking workshop, what additional carbon cycle metrics could be used to evaluate models, how should spatial and temporal scale mismatches be overcome, what functional relationships and variable to variable evaluations are useful, what detailed statistical or AI methods might be useful in evaluating models, and how should model scores be computed. And with regard to that last topic, we've set up a ILAM scoring crowdsourcing page that we would like people to go to visit and complete the form. Where Nathan Collier in our group has set this up to collect information about how scientists view biases when they're spatially displayed, and if their choices of minimum bias also correspond well with some of the bias scoring that we do in ILAM. So we're interested in that feedback. We had that nice discussion and adjourned the breakout session around 5:45 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Forrest, for leading that breakout group. I wanted to know if you had any plans for any, community engagement or future activities.
Yes, our Rubisco project is planning to hold another future workshop like the ILAM workshops that we've held in the past to try to engage the broader community in identifying model intercomparison project needs for model evaluation, new data sets that may be available, and additional metrics that we might be able to bring to bear in these model data comparisons.
That's great. Do you have a sense about when the timeline for when that might be happening?
It probably won't happen over the next year, but probably soon after that. So within 2 years for sure.
Okay, that's wonderful. We don't have any questions for the audience, so I think we're going to move on. And we're actually going to be a little bit ahead of schedule here for those of us who are watching. Ken Davis was not able to join us today, but he didn't provide a recording. He said that his group was very small and pretty informal, but he wanted to say that we need to continue to invest in improving atmospheric inversion systems. It is technically demanding and not always very exciting work, especially to the external viewer, but very important for our ability to obtain useful large-scale atmospheric diagnoses. There is limited funding for this work at present. ACT America was a big push in that direction, but it's over now. The data from ACT are ideal for this purpose, and there are many other ways to work on this issue, but I hope the ACT data, very targeted to North America, are a focus of future NACP research, and that is his report. So, next, we will move on to the report out for the next session, which is a recording. So everyone should stay on the line.
Hello, my name is Kevin Schaefer, and today I'm going to report on the breakout session entitled Climate Change Mitigation in the NACP. We had about 10 participants, and we posed a single question to them. What human, organizational, and physical infrastructure does the NACP need to support climate change mitigation? Here we summarize their responses. We need to expand the carbon monitoring system. The system we have now is effective to within a narrow range of applications, but it is not adequate to actually support large-scale mitigation of anthropogenic fossil fuel emissions. This monitoring system really needs to scale up from state to global levels. It's really got to be effective. It's got to be interagency. It's got to include observations and process modeling all the way to predictive capabilities. We need to really work with end target users of such a system to make sure that we actually provide the information that we need. The results have to be timely. It does no good to have the greatest data in the world if it doesn't come on time to actually support some sort of decision making or mitigation process. We also need to guarantee that whatever data and products this system produces will continue on into the future for a long time, rather than be limited to the typical 3-year grant cycle. We also need to expand the observations that we have now. We have to increase the density, increase the type, in order to understand what exactly is driving the changes, and especially if you make mitigation choices, whether these are actually effective in reducing fossil fuel emissions and the associated impacts of climate change. The rest of the session, we talked about how to provide information to individual people or individual businesses so that they could act on their own to mitigate fossil fuel emissions. We felt that there was a disconnect between the large-scale, grandiose national or global plans to reduce emissions and the individuals who actually have to act upon them every single day. For example, we suggest a kind of full-cost carbon accounting system on goods and services that people buy or sell, so that consumers can look at that and choose whether, one, they're willing to pay the full cost of carbon or not. We also felt it'd be very reasonable or helpful to provide a whole portfolio of actionable options to offset emissions. In other words, you do something, you say, I'm going to choose to offset my emissions by investing or putting money into this option. And from this portfolio, we would see that it would either be effective or not. We also suggest a consortium working group of people and data providers from the private sector, from industry, some various people on how to address climate solutions. In other words, this is a human or organizational infrastructure. We need forums where people can get together and actually talk about how they, as individuals or communities, can actually reduce their fossil fuel emissions. We feel it would be very useful if some agency or agencies would provide some sort of accreditation or seal of approval for actual low carbon options. The analogy for this is, defining what is organic, so that when you go into the store and purchase organic, you know exactly what it means. And here we're saying if a good is low carbon, we know exactly what that actually means. We also feel a lot of the mitigation is going to happen at the very local or state level. And we feel that these states and organizations need customized scenarios, customized to their state, to their circumstances, to help figure out how to move into the future. This is analogous to the IPCC scenarios that we have been using for decades to try to quantify the impacts of climate change at a global scale. We feel that you need the same kind of thing at the local or state level. We also feel that there needs to be some sort of capacity building for understanding the climate change problem, its magnitude, and what we got to do about it. There's a lot of people who just don't know. How do we solve this problem of getting our knowledge the basic description of the problem and how to solve it out to a lot of people and have it believed and supported. I also feel it's very interesting if we could submit or create guidelines similar to the CDC guidelines we've been seeing for COVID, but for low carbon options or low carbon actions, so that people can look at that and say, oh, I can, for example, use option A and it'll use less carbon than option B. In other words, give the consumers some level of choice in choosing a low carbon option. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Erica. Kevin also helped chair that session with you. He is not able to join us at the moment. There is a question on Slido that says, does better mean that the spread between CMIP6 models went down with respect to simulated carbon cycle? And then it just says Kevin Schaefer. I don't know if that's him asking or if that's a question for him.
Ooh, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I think we'll refer that one to Kevin.
Okay. Yes, we can move that along. Another question is, do you have, or did your group discuss ways that you could implement the suggestions that the group came up with? What is the best way forward?
Yeah, so we touched a little bit on that. I mean, part of it is capacity building, really, for the community to understand that they can, or what is the problem, right? And what can they do to address the problem? But they need to understand first what is the problem. So, and then all of these actionable steps that can be put into place. So in terms of how to best implement this, we thought NACP's role in really reaching out to the community to serve as a kind of as a voice for some of these different recommendations. And also we talked about having like some sort of quality standard where people can go, and if they see a certain label or something endorsed by a certain organization, it gives them more confidence. And so NACP could help either serve that role or have a list of organizations that could serve that role.
Yes, I agree. And I look forward to continuing to think with you guys and work on ways that we can keep moving this kind of work forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. There are not other questions from Slido, so I think we'll go ahead and move on to the last breakout group report, which is also a recording.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Cooley, Director of Climate Science at Ocean Conservancy, reporting out on breakout number 8, titled How Can the Carbon Cycle Science Community Communicate More Effectively with Other Audiences? My co-conveners, Simone Allen of NOAA's Pacific Environmental Laboratory and Gyami Shrestha of the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science Program at the U.S. Global Change Research Program, brought together a panel to explore this topic because there's an acute need for accurate, decision-relevant carbon cycle science to guide how we manage Earth system resources and plan for change. 4 panelists shared different perspectives on science communication with us. The panelists included Dr. Gary Morishima, Technical Advisor to the President of the Quinault Indian Nation for Natural Resources and the Environment, and Affiliate Professor at the University of Washington School of the Environment and Forest Science, Dr. John Cook, Research Fellow at the Monash Climate Change Communication Research Hub at Monash University, Dr. Lauren Linsmeyer, Professional Staff Member at U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and Mr. Randy Shostak, Environmental and Earth Science Journalist and President of the Washington, D.C. chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists. All panelists emphasize the central importance of understanding who you're communicating with. Understanding historical sensitivities and differences in worldview is a critical foundational element to communicating your science to specific audiences. For example, Dr. Morishima explained that Western science concepts like conservation can be very contentious because they exclude indigenous peoples who are often the forgotten scientists and original stewards of the environment. Moreover, Western scientists accustomed to small group decision-making processes like peer review sometimes do not realize that indigenous groups share knowledge and make decisions differently, such as using participative deliberation processes to make decisions that involve the whole community. In related examples, Dr. Linkages and Mr. Shostak discussed how congressional legislators and journalists, the audiences they work with, want information that is relevant to their constituencies and their audiences and their issue portfolios. Another key concept all panelists discussed was how to narrow down on what you're trying to communicate. Simplicity and timeliness should be guiding principles. In discussing the indigenous decision-making example, Dr. Morishima pointed out that scientists need to know what decisions their audiences can make or need to make and why. Dr. Linkages and Mr. Shostak elaborated on this idea, discussing how congressional legislators and journalists, respectively, seek straightforward, relevant information. If possible, communicators can be even more helpful by presenting different angles of the topic, especially to non-specialist audiences. Dr. Cook offered a useful framework for developing memorable or sticky content using the acronym SUCCESS described by Heath and Heath in their book Made to Stick. Messages that are memorable and shareable have common characteristics. They're simple, unexpected, credible, concrete, emotional, and their stories. He shared an example of a sticky story that he had developed and emphasized that developing these kinds of messages takes time and specific focus. The pursuit of a sticky message doesn't have to shape the science, but it often shapes the way the science is presented. Panelists also offered thoughts on how scientists can get more involved in communicating their science. Dr. Cook, Mr. Shostak, and Dr. Linkages all recommended that scientists start small. This could involve working with the public information officer from one's institution, becoming more active on social media and public forums, and even reaching out more regularly to individuals looking for scientific information, such as journalists like Mr. Shostak or congressional committee staff like Dr. Linkages. It can also involve helping connect new voices to these individuals to help increase the diversity and variety and freshness of scientific messages being shared. It's helpful to synthesize one's work using blog posts, press releases, or one-pagers, and to circulate those products widely. Be responsive and honest. Understand your own motivation for communicating, to educate, to persuade, and then develop your message accordingly. Dr. Morishima reminded us to always have the elevator speech ready that describes our work clearly in a minute or two. We encourage you to view the recording of the session because each speaker shared many more specific details that can be captured in this short report back. The co-conveners of this session plan to look into sharing the messages and themes from this session with the broader scientific community via a written product summarizing the best practices outlined by our excellent panelists. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Gammy is here. Unfortunately, the other organizers for that session weren't able to join us, but I know that Sarah Cooley especially was valuable for tapping some of her connections in that area to get the speakers. I was able to listen for some of that session last week. Gammy, do you have suggestions about how people in the NACP community could get more involved in science communication and just advice for them?
Sure. Thanks, Libby. And again, as Libby said, Dr. Cooley and Dr. Aline, who can't be here, were also instrumental in getting this breakout group together and panelists together. And everybody can watch this panel recording on the day 3 video that's uploaded on the US Carbon Program channel. So all of you can go to it and watch it. It's at the very end of that day's recording. So I would say there are several ways in which carbon cycle scientists and North American Carbon Program scientists can engage in science communication. Definitely go through the recording of that breakout session. There are some nuggets of gold hidden throughout the conversations that we had with Dr. Gary Moshima, Dr. John Cook, Dr. Linz Meyer, and Mr. Randy Shostak. Other than that, both Libby Larson and I are open to receiving thoughts and ideas from all of you about how we can help and how we can facilitate these activities. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Gammy. Okay, now if the audience will just hold on for a moment, I'm going to start sharing my screen for a presentation on some concluding remarks. Okay, and I am sharing the screen now. Oh wait, I am not sharing the screen now. I started the presentation, but I did not share the screen. There we go. All right. It feels amazing to me to be at the end, and I put together this presentation with input from the planning committee, but most especially from Gammy and the co-chairs for the planning committee, Gretchen and Lisa Marie, and I want to just thank all three of them for the tremendous work that they've done on this throughout. And I feel like this meeting has been far more successful than I even dared to think it would be, especially when we first made the decision to have it be virtual. I was definitely had some trepidation about that, but I feel like we're all starting to get the hang of how to do these things and continuing to learn from the process. I put together a little word cloud. This is the top 100 words from all of the abstracts that were submitted for both talks and posters. And you can see that, of course, carbon is the most frequently mentioned word throughout, which makes sense. And there are things, of course, that also will be familiar in terms of CO2 and methane. And I believe the use is, the use is actually land use that got separated into two words in that case. But I think that this is an exciting way to just get a really kind of qualitative overview of the things that our community has really been focusing on and feels is important, and it's a really interesting group of ideas. Why I asked the committee and thought for myself about what some of the meeting highlights were, and I wish that we could, talk about all of the amazing individual talks and posters that have happened, but obviously then that would just mean running the meeting all over again, I think. But I think that what we've seen in the work that has been presented is really the continued and expanding interdisciplinarity of the community, and that we of course see the work on land and ocean and freshwater and atmospheric carbon cycling, and seeing more and more the connections between all of those different realms, but also greater inclusion of the human dimensions and considerations of and working with decision makers and incorporation of social science into our understanding of the carbon cycle and its impacts. This community has a history of, expressing interest and wanting to do more with science communication and outreach, and that was reflected again in this meeting with sessions and with the breakout session and with other discussions all along the way. One of the things that I think is newer is the more explicit focus on Indigenous voices and knowledge and ways of knowing. In part, this builds on the tribal chapter of Soccer 2, which was really, I think, sort of foundational in being the first example of explicitly at the federal level, at least, kind of acknowledging those contributions and understanding, and then continuing that in the first keynote and the science sessions that we had, to think about ways in which we need to work and incorporate and use and value those different ways of knowing. We also have seen the rising importance of an understanding that we really need to be thinking critically about the roles of race, class, and social science and policy in shaping carbon futures. And those things apply not just to our understanding of the systems that we're studying and the components in that, but I think also being reflective on our community itself and the way that those things influence the work that we do and the perspectives that we may have. And one of the things that I'm most excited about is that, you know, we've really seen broader connections, more connections with our Mexican and Canadian colleagues. And as one of my the Mexican participants on the planning committee noted, that the virtual format has really been able to allow for the participation of many people who, not just Mexicans, but anywhere, who really may not have been able to afford to come to an in-person meeting in DC. And so what first seemed like it would be a hindrance has in fact been a benefit, I think, to enhancing our community and interactions and participation in this meeting. Amazingly, we had 528 registrants. So last March, when we were getting ready to do this meeting in person, I think that we were under 200. And so we have more than doubled our reach for this. And as I mentioned, I'm especially pleased with the number of participants that are not from the United States, and especially Canada and Mexico, but other countries as well. I think there's probably still work that we need to do as a community to make better connections with our Canadian and Mexican colleagues who are also working on North American carbon cycle science. And I think that there are ways that we can continue to do that moving forward, but seeing these statistics here was a real pleasure for me to be able to see that this was happening and making progress in this way. I talked a little bit about these results in the diversity assessment report on the first day, but I just wanted to sort of revisit them and say that one of the things that I am especially pleased with for this meeting has been the way that we have been able to engage with more students and early career folks, and both in just having them be attendees to the meeting, but also to be part of the Outstanding Student Presentation Competition and the Mentor-Mentee Matchup program that we have set up, for which we had more than 40 participants, so more than 40 pairs of people who in the community who either wanted to be a mentor or were seeking mentorship. And I think that that is something that is extremely valuable, that we need as a community to think about ways that we can nurture and support the people who are coming along up through the ranks after us and make our science even better for doing so. This is a sort of a long table, but I think that it's still interesting to share in terms of like what types of organizations were participants coming from. As expected, most of the participants are from the universities and federal government and research institutes, but I think that it's encouraging to see that we have more participants from NGOs and state governments and other types of organizations, and we can think moving forward about ways that we can, and we've talked about throughout the meeting, I think, better ways that we can engage with people who are not in our more familiar realms. And here are just some statistics that we also asked during registration about what people's primary and secondary job responsibilities were. And I just think it's pretty interesting to see that that there were a fair number of people whose primary job was management, and some, a smattering of policy and outreach folks. But that when you look at the sort of secondary job requirements, many more people say that their secondary aspect of their job was outreach and communication or management or even policy. And I think that it's important to recognize the ways in which we all may wear different hats and have different skills and abilities, and we can I think we can better engage with that as a community together. Here I have just some screenshots that tried to pull together from the YouTube stream. The ways in which having a virtual meeting has been successful, and that we've been able to increase participation. Of course, there is the drawback of the fact that we don't get to actually see each other in person, bump into somebody in line for coffee, be able to sit down for lunch, or even just during a break, share a walk from the hotel to the meeting place, or have a beer or some other beverage at the end of the day. And I wish that that we could have had a better way for all of the participants, and not just the speakers, to be able to share their faces and interact more. And already we've been thinking about ways that we can try and do that in the future in a virtual context. And so here's some more screenshots. It's hard to get pictures. It's hard to get screenshots where everybody's eyes are open at the same time, or that people don't have their hands in front of their face, or are paying attention to hats in my case, for example. But we gave it our best shot. And some more from the past couple weeks as well. And in this slide, I took a screenshot of so all of the videos from every day are available on the U.S. Carbon Cycle Science YouTube webpage. And one of the things that has been quite impressive to me is the number of views. So you might have noticed that during the live event, we've typically had somewhere between 60 to 120 or maybe 150 people viewing at any given time. But I did mention that there were more than 500 people registered, and it's been pretty clear from looking at the statistics that we see here that people are going back and rewatching, and maybe weren't able to join on that particular Friday afternoon, but were interested enough to go and watch the videos and engage with the material. And I think that is very exciting to me, that there is that much interest and activity. I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of future activities. So I mentioned how we had set up a mentoring effort for this meeting, and many of the people who participated in that felt like it would be valuable to figure out ways to continue to do something similar along that way, that and not necessarily waiting until the next meeting to figure out mentor-mentee pairs and matchups. So I've been thinking about ways to sort of continue to offer that, and how that might be structured in a way that is valuable to both the mentors and the mentees. And if you have any ideas about what you think that would look like, I am all ears and happy to hear about it. And in the mentor matchup conversations, we talked about the possibility of setting up potentially something like quarterly speed networking, or quarterly meetings that were short and topic focused, and but would be open to all. So would not just be with necessarily the explicit idea of having a mentor mentee engagement, but just as a way for us to be able to talk with each other and get excited and think about all the great science and experiences that we're all having. I mentioned on the first week that that we will be producing a report on the diversity assessment survey that we completed, and I gave some statistics in the first week about, and there's a lot there, and so I think that I would appreciate help with anyone who's interested in digging into that with me and to better understand the data that we got back from that and thinking about what are the next steps that that come out of that. And then, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we have the new draft of the science implementation plan. Chris presented on that last week. And this is a very important document for our community, and we really need help and input and guidance on being able to complete this draft and make it the best that it can be. And so I want to encourage everyone to please go, if you go to the NACP website, you can find the link to be able to view the draft, as well as the link to be able to submit specific comments. And if you are even so inspired that you would like to join the writing team for that, please reach out to either myself or Chris Williams. I think that there's lots of opportunities to expand our partnerships across sectors. Many of especially the keynotes this week and last week, talked about working with practitioners and working with managers and folks that we know that there is a connection there, but maybe have not necessarily been able to find the best ways to work with or talk with. And I think that there's ways that NACP can help and facilitate those interactions. As I mentioned, I've been excited about the increased participation of Canadian and Mexican colleagues, and I'm really thrilled to be able to announce that we have a little bit of funding to be able to offer a Spanish language translation of our monthly newsletter that I can't guarantee that it will start next month, but that is something that we will be implementing. And as Heather mentioned today in her report breakout, and we discussed a little bit, I think that there are ample opportunities for more joint activities with OCB and looking at the connections between, our community has been land and coastal focused, and there is the overlap of research interest there. And I think that we could really find some exciting things to continue to work on. And we did have the live poll that was going today and asking you all for your ideas. And here are the things that that popped up in that. It's not, Slido does not make as pretty a word cloud as some of the other ones that you can find online. But I think that there are lots of ideas here that are similar to the ones that that I've highlighted earlier in this talk. And I'm very excited about moving forward with these. And in terms of thinking about future activities, the theme of this meeting is that the future is now. And given that, what is the research that we should be going out and doing to better understand our system, and how is it changing, and how will it respond to future activities? And if we sort of follow the plan, the next Open Science meeting will be in 2023. And I am really excited to see what that will look like. And I hope that you will consider volunteering to be on the planning committee when it comes time to do that. I hope that that next volunteering opportunity will not require a 2-year commitment as this one has, and will be more like it has been in the past. And of course, along those lines, I know that I keep saying this, but I do really want to thank the planning committee for working with me and the rest of the office in getting this meeting underway. They've really just been instrumental in informing the content and the ideas of what we wanted to present and have discussions in community contemplation about. And then, of course, one more time, just thanking the support staff for this meeting and all the work that they've done behind the scenes to make this meeting as successful as I really feel that it has been. And that is the end of my presentation. I don't know, Gammy, if there are any Slido questions or
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Libby, first question. Huge thanks for bringing together and growing this community. If Mentee opportunities still exist, can you tell us how to do that?
I'm sorry, if what still?
Mentor-mentee opportunities.
I'm not sure exactly yet how that will be implemented, but I do think that we might be able to set something up, say, just informally keeping a list of names of people who are willing to be mentors, and when new people come in requesting one, being able to refer to that, or if having, a specific event and asking for volunteers for another event, say in 6 months or something like that, might be a better way to do that. But if you're interested in either being a mentor or finding a mentor, I encourage you to reach out to me, and we can figure out some way to think about how that might work in the relatively near future.
Thanks, Libby. Last question. Bravo Organizing Committee. Will you be convening smaller online gatherings that are informal or formal to advance inclusive collaborations?
Well, I think that this is definitely a possibility, and Gammy, you might be able to comment on this as well. We do have the possibility of some funding available in 2022 for being able to organize some smaller events that I think could address a whole range of different topics. We could have one on inclusivity. We could have one on some science topic. One of the things that's great about NACP is that the community is really sort of self-directed, and the activities that happen are really driven by the community itself. And so if you have ideas about things that you would like to have happen, whether it's a workshop or a 1-hour webinar, or some other sort of engagement activity, I encourage you to reach out to us and let us know, and we can find ways to try to implement that. Gammy, I don't know if you have anything further to add.
No, that's a great answer, Libby. I would say, adding to that, if anyone wants to co-convene or co-organize such an activity or a series of activities, please reach out to us and we'll see how we can collaborate. Maybe there's one comment. I guess maybe we should conclude with that comment. Great job by the organizing team, and huge thank you to Libby.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
So Libby, thank you so much. I mean, you've been amazing shepherding the team throughout this 2-year process. And I mean, the team has been amazing, and you've been amazing. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Well, I think we finished a little early, but I don't think people ever complain about that, especially on a Friday afternoon. So thank you all so much for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from you even before the next meeting.